Good morning. It is a beautiful, cloudy Saturday morning here in the Los Angeles area. How's everybody doing? So, if you guys remember, last week we had started working on our topology for our dragon dude. Let me see. Actually, that might not be the spotlight we want to use. Let's have this one up. Yeah. So what we want to do is we want to keep it going. Hi, Leonard. I can't read the Twitch username. That's it's got some fancy text. So last week, we went through and we started doing the blocking in our topology for this guy's head. We got pretty stinking far, and we still have a ways to go. So we will probably go ahead and keep blocking this in. I am going to let's start off with this. This is kind of a little bit further back than I think we need. Let's kind of bring this forward. Same thing with this right here. Let's change to a mask lasso. Yeah, so anyway, I like to just jump right into things. Oh, kind of a fun thing from last night. Did some got some work done on my Sailor Moon redraw character as part of my demos for class at Nomen, and that was fun. Let me see if I can pull up. Did a little bit of posing demo. It didn't get as far as I would have liked, but yeah, I chose a sitting sitting pose, which is very hard to do. And she only got so far. Oh, there we go, Sailor Moon. So I mean, if you remember, and if you follow me on Twitter, you'll have seen this image. Just to be able to show kind of some updates. I went ahead and did some more UV work to be able to get the clothing further along. I haven't done anything for the hair yet. The hair is just there. I did get the UVs done for the jewelry though. The choker around her neck, the earrings, the hair gems. I don't know what else to call them. The zipper's done, which is I went ahead and just took it easy and just did auto seams on that because who has the time to be able to do UVs on all those teeth? Not I, said the pig. So yeah, we got the vest, the shirt. She has a pair of shorts, the hood. Everything has UVs except the hair now. And her shoes. Her shoes need UVs, but that's one thing at a time, right? One thing at a time. Oh yeah, and I guess her eyebrows are missing. Her eyebrows or eyelashes are missing UVs. The moles will kind of their geometry right now, but they'll go away. They'll be texture at some point. I did this little sketch of the pose, and then I don't actually. Oh, there it is. I see it. I think no, that's not it. Shoot. Maybe the pose didn't actually come through. Here, I'm gonna actually go ahead and open up the ZTL just for the sake of kind of. Oh, look at that hair. So yeah, real simple. Not a whole lot to it. It's she's definitely a long way away from being finished. I need to finish things like, you know, this leg needs to be brought back further so that her lower foot is underneath her bum right here. Need to play with things like the tilt of this other foot so that it feels more natural and kind of you know, tilted for the pose, whatnot. Yeah, I did do this little the sketch of this dragon. This is my own design. It's for the ArtStation Dragon Challenge. Yeah, I was just kind of showing off what I did, my demo for class last night. The face so far is still in perfect symmetry, so that I can go ahead and do my expression at some point. I kind of wish that I had thought of, because I did, gosh, was it last week before? I can't, no, it must have been the week before. I did a demo of the facial expression stuff, which if you follow me on Instagram, you probably saw this image that I'd posted, the DreamWorks smirk. It's got like the uneven brows. It's got the uneven smirk kind of coming off to the side here. Just fun. So you know that was fun. It was good times. The DreamWorks smirk. Yeah, it was funny. So I mean, I wish I had thought of doing, you know, maybe a pose related to that, or an expression related to, you know, this pose. But you know, so lots of things to go on and fix. She has juicy shorts, but instead of saying juicy, it says moon. just kind of having fun with it. It might be I don't know. That probably won't stay. It might be a matter of me going in and putting like some sort of patchwork on her back. That could be cool, but then it gets all crowded. I don't know. Lots of stuff to kind of think about with her. Yeah, just having fun with it. So yeah, that's Sailor Moon. That's where she's at so far. With this guy, what I want to do, because I mean currently we have our topology here, and it's looking great. I just want to make sure that I have some of this evened out, and then what I want to do, we'll add in some more topology too, because like some of this is a little bit too spaced out. So I'll add in a loop here. Let's get this. We're just going to start to add in our resolution, but we're going to do it manually. So that way we have that way we can have nice even spacing, you know, give or take. Let's go ahead and add that in. Let's see, where did that go to? That went over the brow down. That's kind of not quite what I want, but it'll be okay. We just need to add in more resolution around the face anyway. I'm going to add in a couple of loops in here. Okay, so right now we have to add 1, 2. Boom, boom. Add in one more here. Gotta add in trying to decide if 1 or 2. Let's just say 1. 1 here. 1 here. This needs 2. We'll get 1 over here. Kind of split that in half. Get 1 up here to be able to follow that. Get another 1 over here. Another 1 over here. And then over here we already have 1 less, so let's go ahead and add that to be able to match up to there. Right? No. That already matches up. Okay, so let's see. In fact, just for the sake of being able to make sure that I understand where my... Oops. This one to this one. This one to this one. This one to this one. Just got to try to make sure that I have everything lining up. And I should have gone through and just done the bridging before I added. But it's okay. It's okay. So now we got that bridging across. Bon dia. ¿Cómo está? Say do nothing on those points. We'll say do nothing on faces. That way I don't accidentally weld points together, because that would be a nightmare. I definitely want to make sure that these things stay the way they're supposed to be. Try making Godzilla 2021. Alright, let's see. Let's put that in there. Let's put that in there. I'm going to pull this back actually. Let's see if I can do something a little bit more pulled back to that corner. And I'm going to try yeah, we'll have that bridge. I want to try to get you know, I'm gonna essentially call the head practically done. One of the things I want to be careful of is I want to try to get I want to even out this topology so that it's a little bit more what's it called, like just a little bit more even, right? So I'm just going to come in through here and just kind of try to even out my placement of edges. I want to try to not add in any more edges going the like vertically going down the neck, because I want to extrude that out to be able to you know, create a nice flow going down the body. What I'm going to do to start off though, let's go ahead and let's select this. Bop, bop. Grab that. Let's say Control W. And I just want to try to make these sections, I want to make sure that they have their own, what's it called? Polygroups. So that way we can go ahead and we can use things like the polish by groups and then just kind of re-sculpt it into place. Let's go ahead and let's get rid of that. Oops. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Just make sure that we have just what we want for that group. Got that. Okay, for this we're going to want to, let's use masking. Let's just go ahead, bring this down, bring this over, hide it. Okay, so now we've got, oh, I guess I missed a little corner or something. There we go. Okay, so now I've got like these main polygroups decided out. Let's see if we can get some secondary groups decided out. So this way, hopefully it'll help to retain different surfaces. Control W. We'll go ahead and we'll grab the lower jaw here. We'll come down here. Let's say polygroups, and we'll say auto groups. I know. Hopefully, it's like. Hopefully, this isn't too boring, because this makes sense to me, and this is, you know, I know why I'm doing this. Hopefully, you guys understand kind of the idea of what it is I'm trying to accomplish with it. I'm hoping to be able to use polish by groups, so that I can get a good. You know, so that I can go in and even out the topology. Gracias, Andrade. That's thank you so much. I don't know a lot of Portuguese. I know a very, very little bit. But that is some Portuguese I understand. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna hide that. Hide that. Okay, Control W. Yeah, anywhere that there's a plane change, that's somewhere that I want to have, let's say, auto groups there. That's where I want to have a polygroup change, okay? Just so that I can go ahead. I know, it's like I'm like leading on so much, and then I'm like not finishing my sentence. Get that in there. And I'm essentially just trying to, you know, chip away at you know what, let's go ahead and we'll add this little bit to it as well. Just trying to chip away at it, you know, piece by piece. That way I can just have, we just get rid of the I there, Control W, that whole thing. So now we got all that, you know, all those groups kind of determined there. For this, let's go ahead and let's knock out this bottom section. For this top stuff, let's go ahead, let's get rid of that. Control W again, just to make that simple. Get rid of, oops, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. So now I've got that, let's go ahead and we'll just hide these central loops there. Control W. Okay, I think we're ready to test this and see how well it worked. I guess real quick, one last thing I think I want to do. Let's go ahead and bring that. Just because then you know, hopefully that'll give me a little bit more of a ridge down the center here. So we'll see. we'll see kind of how that goes. And then, you know what, I think maybe with this, I'll leave it, whatever. Okay, so here's where the magic happens, I hope. Polish by groups. Boom. That evened everything out really pretty nicely. Okay, I didn't have to worry too much about losing forms. It kept things pretty nice. Not perfect. There'll be things to kind of clean up, like this this edge down here, kind of getting that shape back. But that evened it out pretty nicely. So it gives me something pretty clean to work with. Just kind of pull this forward, pull this forward. Try to get this shape back some. Turn off the samples spotlight projection because I have the spotlight turned on. Kind of get that apex back in there, that little corner up top just a little bit. Let's pull this down and kind of get some of this shape back here. Get some of this edge flow back so it's a little bit more even and direct rather than being so pull off center. That's looking all right. Let's kind of come over here and play with that some. And that's looking pretty good. Okay, now that that's nice and even, you can see even down in here in the neck, you know, that's one of those things that we're wanting. The iPad thought I was talking to it. I was like, good grief. I might go through and try to even out kind of what's happening through here in this in these neck spans. It's a little bit aggressive. But otherwise, this is looking pretty good. There may be some shape things in here that we want to kind of address. Let's turn our other model back on. And let's try to line it back up a little bit. Yeah, like we lost some volume there to the chin, so let's try to pull some of that back. I would project, but I don't want the topology to get totally screwed up. I just want it to be, you know, lined up pretty close. And then if there is you know what? Let's see. Let's do this. Control A. Bring that back. Because I want to bring back kind of like that central ridge. Oh yeah. Oh, that's why. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think about that. We'll just kind of... you stinker. I've been having troubles with rotation both last night and this morning. Okay, something about like that. Something like that. So now I gotta take our beautiful little green polygroup here. pull that out some so that it fills in that gap a little bit better, or that volume that we lost. Pull that down, pull this up. I'll have to fix like the base of that too, but you know, we'll worry about. You know what? We're gonna consolidate that polygroup because I need that to kind of move together. Pull that down, pull that down, pull that down, pull that. Yeah, there we go. Get that in there, get this apex up here a little bit further. Pull that up. Yeah. Gosh. And then with this green polygroup, I'm just going to go ahead and kind of pull out these little pieces down here. Something kind of like that. Cool. Okay. Autosave. Autosave always jumping in there right at the most opportune moment. Okay. There we go. That's what that's looking like so far. Yeah, that's kind of... There are going to be things that bother me, and you know, you go through and you kind of refine as you go. That's just the process, but it's pretty much there. It's doing really well. It's coming along really well. We're on our way to decent topology. Okay. So let's start. The thing that I want to go ahead and work on next is the legs. I want to start by creating that first leg, and then let's go ahead and turn on the front leg. I might turn the body off. Actually, we could turn off the head, jaw, the next part of the body, I think. So that would be something that would turn off altogether. Let's go ahead. Yeah, we have all the different tail variations. Let's see, body, front legs. So there are the front legs. The front legs and the middle legs, let me show you. Let me turn the whole thing on just so that we can see. Oh, not that, Control T. There we go. Okay, so we've got the front legs and the middle legs. The topology for those can be the same. They're close enough to the same, the feet are the same, that I can go through and I can just kind of copy them out. I'm still not entirely sold about having the back leg be perfectly the same. It can still be the same topology for most of it. And then I just have to figure out for this different toe, like elongating that and warping it so that the foot fits this shape rather than being this shape. And then the upper, I want to call it the upper deltoid, this thigh muscle up here. That's going to be a little bit different than these deltoids up here, just because of shape. But I might be able to still work it out to be the same topology. So, a couple of things that I'm trying to consider is how this topology for the arms, how that's going to interface with the body. I'm trying to consider if I want those arms to feel more like they're going, down away from the torso, kind of like this. So like if you're looking at the torso, it's kind of coming out at you. Or if I want them to kind of go in like if it were to stand up and have it down at like an A pose sort of kind of connection. Right here, it kind of works to have it in that A pose connection, and then I guess right there as well, because of how it's going and connecting to that body. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's make that leg, and then we'll figure it out. So I'm going to start with new topology to be able to make the arms, just so that I can move them around independently. Let's go ahead and grab our topology brush. And still not entirely sure how I'm going to make the flow work, but let's just start drawing something out. 1, 2, 3, something like that. Bring that draw size down to 1, commit it so we've got that topology. Say geometry, I'm just going to say uncrease all. And then under subtool, let's say split unmasked. Okay, so here's topology. All right. So what we want to do is that now that we have this, I want to go ahead and start to, I've got a ton of stuff under my desk, so I'm like playing footsie with everything. I've got all my different little pieces here that I can go ahead and, let's say, snap to surface. Yeah, it should be good. Oh, and then for points, let's go ahead and change that to move, snap to surface. We're going to do a similar thing with the arm, like what we did with the head, and still do nothing for the face. That's great. That's great. Similar thing with the body as we did with the head, in that, let's get rid of, you know what, let's keep the body in there for right now. Let's just go ahead and hide the other legs, mid legs, hind legs. Yeah, that way that we can kind of see better how it's going to connect with the arm. Let's see if we can figure something out. Brush size is pretty small, so let's kind of make it a little bit bigger so we can see what we're doing. Okay, try something like this. Now I'm trying to think, like, on a human character. I mean, I've got a couple of different edge flows that I like to use, and I'm trying to think of what I'd like to do if I want to have the shoulder kind of loop up into. I'll just have it loop over into the clavicle, I guess. This should be fine. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Let's try something with this too, because this is extending down pretty far now, and I think I would like for this to be a little bit less extended for right now. I'm just going to use my move brush instead of my fancy topo tools, just for the sake of making sure that I don't make any of these points in here vert weld together. I definitely want to avoid that. so we got that. Let's go ahead and jump back to this. Okay, so that should work pretty nicely in the way that it'll connect with the upper topology. It's just a matter of kind of bridging them together. But let me see. Yeah, I can have this just kind of go over the back. Oh, is anybody being super affected by the hurricanes? We have a couple going on either coast right now. One down in Baja, one down in Florida, if I remember right. Hope everybody's staying safe, and let's bring this down. Yeah, it's like the worst that we're getting here in LA is really just rain and people who forget how to drive in the rain. There was a pretty nasty accident when I was on my way home from well, actually I don't know how nasty it was. I just know there was an ambulance and fire trucks and a ton of police cars, and they shut down the freeway, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a kind of interesting, I guess. Okay, I'm trying to think. I think one of the things I want to do is have something. Oops. That gets a little bit too. I don't know. I guess let's try it out just for the sake of seeing what's going to happen. So I think that's a little bit too narrow. So maybe what I'll do is I'll bring this up, narrow this in. Or maybe I don't have to narrow it in. Maybe it just goes over something like that. I don't know. Let's see. I'm just trying to see, because it's like I kind of want to control how much topology is going on or coming out of the shoulder. This comes up, this comes up, this comes down. And you know what, let's add in an extra loop here so that we can have the same sort of spacing as we have on the other side. We don't want one side getting jealous of the other, you know? Pull that down. We can kind of cozy that out. Cozy that out, cozy that out. Something like this. Okay, let me see. Yeah, we'll keep that in that corner. That'll be good. Okay. Let's see if we can go ahead and get See, now I'm trying to think if that yeah, the shoulder apex feels good. Maybe it's just that this this apex for this lower arm is a little bit too far back. Because I think I want to have this all kind of relate and flow into each other. So let's see what we can do here. When I'm older, absolutely everything makes sense. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Extrude that edge. Yes. Okay, let's bring that out. Let's bring that out. And you know what? We may have to end up just kind of pulling this back and then adding in another kind of intermediate loop. I'm going to do that. I'm going to pull this, pull this, pull this, pull this, make that our new apex point. Cool. Pop that up. And we'll add in an extra loop in there, but I'm going to go ahead and kind of pull this out so that it's all connected first. One thing to kind of think about when you're deciding on topology, especially for pieces of anatomy like the arms or legs, that are going to have to move and rotate and turn and all sorts of things. You want to think about your range of motion, and you want to think about things like, for instance, the extent to how much it's going to move. Right now, this leg, this arm, this piece right here is in a position where it's not going to be, he's not going to be wrapping it around his arm, around his body, as really, if at all. That's as close to the other side of his body as it's going to come. He's not going to really wrap his arms around himself. He could, I'm sure, but the topology here is made so that when he raises his arm, those points can kind of come together and have this nice smooth transition. Whereas and then he can kind of bring his arm forward, he can bring it back. So those are some of the things that I'm trying to consider here. Let's go ahead, let's build out around the arm. I'm going to start to kind of pull this out. Pull on this. And then this little bit here, I want this to start to go underneath. It's going to get kind of tight, but it's going to be fine. It's going to work out. Let's come to the other side and kind of start working on pulling this out. And one of the things that I want to try to if topology in ZBrush is good and correct, can we take it into rigging directly? Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it just takes, it's just like doing topology in any other software, where it's like, you got to go through and make sure that the topology flow is proper. But yeah, I mean, this is like my preferred method of doing topology for production. Most everything that I build at Marvel is done using ZBrush, so it's fun. I didn't count how many edges I have coming out there. Let me check right here. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, but then that goes out that way. You know what? Let's go ahead. Let's say delete. Let's say delete on that too. Insert single edge loop. Let's put that in there. And then let's kind of move this out, move this over. And then after we're done kind of moving this stuff out, I kind of want to see, I don't want to merge it with the top piece yet, but I do want to see more or less what the topology is on that top piece so that I can start planning for how it's going to connect. If I don't plan for how it's going to connect to the top, no, this is all this retopo stuff is native to ZBrush. This is just the ZModeler brush, but this is how I've been using ZModeler for the most part. Like this is my favorite way of using ZModeler, which is great. Okay, right here I'm getting like a ton of spacing. There's probably going to have to be a change. And I don't know, maybe it's just a matter of getting that around there, getting that's going down though, and that's going across. Gotta try to think through this. Because ideally I'd have these kind of like going the same sort of way, and it's just that it's not creating that shape the way that I want. If I do that though, do I work with ZBrush for hard surface? Yes, I do. In fact, I sell a tutorial series based off of that. Yeah, you can find it on Flip Normals, or you can find it on ArtStation. Let's go over here. Oh, that's a lot of notifications. Last time I checked was last night. Somebody must have done a big art drop or something. Artist status needed. I'm not sure what that means. Man, internet's being weird right now. Hard surface techniques. It looks like it's on sale right now too. Good grief. What's going on? Go ahead and copy this over and share it with you guys if you're interested in it. It's on sale right now, so it's in English and Spanish. I don't know all the terms in Spanish. I do speak fluent Spanish. It's just there are some things that I was never taught. So yeah, talking about my work is it's different. It's different, but the techniques are in there. So if you want Spanish, it's in there. Yeah, it should be really fun. Yeah, and the whole process goes through talking about different ways of creating these different panels, these different pieces, for the sake of being able to, end up with a fauna bot is what I call them. This one's the hog bot. For those of you who have followed me a long time on the socials, you also see like my fish bot over here. Jump over into creature, I think is where it's at. There we go. Fishbot 2.0. So yeah, I modeled this guy as part of the ZBrush 4R8 beta testing back when what are those called? When Booleans were new. Since then, I've gone through and I've done retopo on this guy. I've redesigned him a little bit and made him into a toy. Let me see if I can show you this real quick. Let's change over to webcam. Yeah, so you can see there's our fish bot as a toy, and I'll be selling these over at Lightbox. If you're interested in other, let's see. If you're interested in other tutorial series and things like that, I've got my course for modeling, which goes through the full process of. It's like the image is not loading up, but this is for character modeling, stylized character modeling for animation. It goes through the full process, doing the sculpt from concept to make it so that it matches the concept, and then it goes through the full topology process, texture painting. I do facial expressions, things like that. Let me see if I can. Let's see if we can jump over into. Pretty sure I have other images in here, things that we did with that particular character. Yeah, so that's thanks, Alejandro. So that's something that we've got all the different props and pieces in there. It's fully topologized. Lots of fun. It's like an expression test that we go through and we create as part of the course. Lots and lots of fun. So that's something that's blend shapes. I talk about prepping it for 3D print. Okay, all the different pieces that fit together. In fact, I've got I've even got a section talking about being able to create clothing using a few different techniques. So being able to mermaids don't have clothes, right? So giving a mermaid clothing is it's create. Oh shoot, I have my face in the way. Why do I have my face in the way? That's so embarrassing. There you go. Creating clothing. Prepping for 3D print. And facial expression test. For anybody who wanted to see and noticed that my head was in the way. Thank you, Greasy Tacos. Yeah, that was terrible. That was I hate it when I do that. I just shouldn't go to the webcam view ever again because that's just miserable. But yeah, so we talk about doing all of that inside of the course, and it looks like right now it's on a sale. I'm not sure what the sale's for, but sure. Right now it looks like it's 50% off, so that's a pretty good deal. That's a pretty good deal. That's better than the sales that I do myself. So that's a really good opportunity. So if you're interested in going through and getting the course, go ahead and pack it in now. Pack it in now. Because usually I do 40%. If I do special sales, I'll do a sale for my birthday, which will be at the end of the month. But back to that arm. You know what? I kind of want to see. I'm trying to think now. Maybe what I'll do is let's open up Sailor Moon here since she's already here. Let's check out. This is still a mess. I mean, this is something that's roughly posed. But what I wanted to see was the way that her shoulders transition. So you can see from the chest kind of flows up over the shoulder. And I've seen Topology go a few different ways. I think we'll do something like that here too. shoulder runs into the chest, but like in a different way. So into the chest, over the chest. Let's see. I think it's like I like how that's connecting though. Let me see. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Let's go ahead and grab this. Redesign time. Pull that up so that it goes more into the shoulder. That sounds like they're watching Sonic or something. The kids are super into really cool to see you doing retopo. Seems to be rare in this channel. It's definitely rare in this channel, and I think that's kind of what that's what sets me apart. Yeah, no, it's definitely something that doesn't happen. I think outside of me, I don't think anybody else does it. I've seen many asking for it. Yeah, being able to use ZBrush like for actual production sort of application, it's a huge thing for me. So I know that, you know, or at least, you know, I hope that it's helpful for anyone else watching. Yeah, I love ZBrush. I love these tools. It's so nice. I'm going to pull that over. And I'm going to, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this loop that is, you know, being conveniently hidden by everything right now. I'm going to hit save after this. It's taking a while to save because of the Sailor Moon file that's open. I'm going to go ahead and change my preferences too, so it's not auto-saving so often. Let's change this up to 6. Oh, come on, you. Well, I guess it's not a too big of a deal. 60. Cool. That should be fine. Okay. I want this loop to go down and around. Which, you know, it's going to be kind of a pain to get this to to pinch properly, but I think that it's going to be important and worthwhile to get this to flow as nicely as I can make it. I'll have this, I think I'll have this loop go around as well, but we'll work on getting this first loop first. Get the first loop first. Is anybody else here doing the ArtStation challenge? Or if you're not doing it, are you following it? Are you seeing any submissions that you're like super excited about? To me, it's something that's always super exciting. The challenge is dragon themed. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Pull up ArtStation. It's Dragon's Rise. Oh, DC Zombies. That's pretty sick. Okay, Dragon's Rise, The Forgotten Realms. So, this is going much more medieval. Mine, I'm wanting to go more space opera. I want mine to be kind of more just terrible lizard, like big lizard. Um, so like what we've got right here, this is currently the section that I'm in, is the film VFX character art. There's game character art, real time. There's game environment level art, real time. I haven't checked that one out at all. Let's check it out some, because that's pretty cool. VFX art, real time. I'm guessing that's like actual effects. Did anyone join this one? 163 people did. So let's check out submissions on VFX. Look at that. That's pretty cool. I got some interesting things going on so far. Some interesting. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. It's pretty interesting. I bet that it probably moves. This is super cool. It'll be really cool to see something like this. Maybe that's what that's supposed to be. That little dragon head back there is supposed to be this. That'll be cool. That'll be cool. They can get that working. That's nice. In fact, purely because I'm interested in seeing it now. Oh, let's check this one out, because this one looks like it might be into testing. Yeah, the timing's weird, but that was cool. That was cool. So yeah, that here's game art, the level art. It's got some cool stuff to it so far. I haven't seen any of this yet, so this is rocks. That one rocks. That rocks. That's beautiful rocks. Yes. That tree's nice. The background's nice too. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah, I'm glad that I didn't do environment stuff, because environments are so involved. Cool. Yeah, DC zombies. The Flash looks normal though. Oh, it's not zombies. They're just covered in blood. Maybe they are zombies. Maybe they're possessed. I don't know what that is. It's kind of weird. Let me see. But yeah, the VFX film character stuff. Yeah, I love doing challenges, because I feel like it's one of those ways that I can just in a very non-stressed kind of way, I can just create and be creative. This one's super cool. I hadn't seen this guy yet. Yeah, let's like that. I like going in and trying to support other people that are like way better than me, because maybe some of their awesome will rub off on me, right? Yeah, some of these people are like super fast. I'm wondering if a lot of these people are using like, oh, that's cool. Carrying like a dragon's arm and dragon's head. That's funny. Yeah, I wonder how many people use like base meshes to be able to create stuff, because that's insanely detailed and showing such. Man. No, it looks like it didn't use a base mesh. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. I love it. That's going to be cool. That's going to be a really, really cool one. Oh, not this one. One of my buddies, same character, but it's like I like to make my own character design. There we go, Constantine. Constantine is amazing. So you can see, like, look at how beautiful that high poly sculpt is. And all of that, I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, is all beautifully topologized as well. I'm pretty sure that Constantine always works from a sphere, so it's like, maybe not. I don't know. Hard to tell. First update was like practically done. But yeah, beautiful detailing work and these shapes. Everything's so nicely handled. Look at that. I love the details in this bone detail here. So stinking cool. So cool. Anyway, I'll get back to my own, see if I can catch up. I have a lot of work to do on this. Okay, let's go ahead and get this going across. Let's get that hooked in. I'll probably have to add or modify my loops in some way at some point, and that's fine. I'm expecting that. Let's go ahead and bring that out. Bring that out. Oh, and that's going to come up a little bit more. Oops, didn't want to do that. It's going to pull that down a little bit so it's a little bit more even. Cool. Okay. So that's how that arm flow is happening so far, and I can be happy with that. Okay, let's play with the way that these kind of connect together. Because I do feel like that might be semi-problematic. And maybe it's a matter of just kind of compensating on both sides, you know, just taking the top end back a little bit, taking the bottom end forward some. I think that might be the way to go. Do something kind of like that. That way I can get the edge flow to kind of go in and you know, finish out fairly nicely, you know, ish. All right, let's continue this down. We can continue it across too and things like that as well. Let's do it. Let's kind of finish this little section out. It is not perfect, but it is lovely. Let's bring this down, bring this down. So you can see, like, I can see that corner from the head topology kind of coming into that point. So I'm gonna make that my connecting point. Okay, I'm going to try to take this down and have some sort of, like rib cage sort of topology kind of coming in there. It'll be interesting to go through and see how I resolve this for the subsequent arms. I might have to just delete pieces or whatever just to be able to get that all to work, but let's see if we can go ahead and let's continue down the arm, get down to the foot, and see about getting that knocked out. Let's see, let's move some of these over so that we're not so cramped. Oops, that's very not intentional. Oh, stuff in my eye. Let me see. Engage in conversation. What is your favorite movie dragon? What is your favorite movie dragon? Oops. For me, I'm a big fan of Toothless. I loved How to Train Your Dragon. I feel super fortunate I got to work on that final film. I love How to Train Your Dragon. Gosh, other film dragons that I really, really like. I mean, I guess you could even go to like Game of Thrones or something like that if you were interested more in the Game of Thrones dragons. The dragon from Shang-Chi was pretty cool. Trying to think of what other dragons like super stand out. Okay, now I gotta know which side's going to mirror to which side. Yes. Okay, because I like working on this side, so that's good. Okay. Let's go ahead and take this and this. Okay. Now we're clean. Favorite dragons. Anybody have one? Favorite film dragons. Something like that. Right here, let me see. Let's bridge this across. I'm not entirely sure how this is going to like fit across. It might be something that I just keep a little bit more simplified. But I do want to build that in, and I want that to be a little bit stronger. I'll have to see if I can figure out how to model that in at some point. It's gonna need some more topology though. And I might just need to not even worry about making these things there we go. Making like that fancy flow in there. Maybe it's something I can add in later if I want to, but I think for now maybe what I have to do is just have this so that it's simple, so that I can get the topology in there that I need. And maybe it's a matter of like taking it and making it so that it's inset here, so that way that kind of supports the shape underneath that pectoral muscle. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll deal with that later. Let's deal with it later, because I think that's... I don't want to get hung up on that too much right now. Yeah, I want to try to finish out. Like I'm feeling kind of ambitious, and I've only done the shoulder, and I've evened out the head topology and finished out the head topology pretty much. You know, it's coming along, it's getting there. So I feel like we're doing all right. We're doing all right, right? Let me see if I can get a good peek at where that's at. In fact, maybe what I can do, let's go ahead and let's hide the parts of the body that are no longer necessary. Let's say slice curve. Let's do something like that. Make this nice and big. Kind of fix some of this shape flow here. So this is going into the back of the neck here the way that I want. That should be quite a bit better. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and bring this over and kind of line it up with one of these points here so that this can kind of flow up into the neck. Let's do something like this. And we'll pull this in, pull this in. Cool. So we're starting to make progress here. We're starting to figure out most of the coolness. Okay. There's obviously I'm going to need to like reshape this some so that this works going across here. Let's widen this out just so that this matches this ridge right here. Pull it down so that it matches the flow. And I can probably have it come in a little bit too, so that it's like we get like this thin to thick to thin, and then it'll kind of swoop in, and then it'll kind of come out of the hips. So yeah, I think what I might do is I'm going to take, let's go ahead and grab select lasso. I'm going to take away all of the topology that's part of like the chest. I'm going to say subtool split hidden, so that way we have it. But that's going to be the torso topology, and we'll continue that on in a minute. Right now what we want to do is let's continue this leg down. Okay. I am contemplating modeling this this crease in here pretty tight. I want this part to be very pronounced and very structured, kind of like what we have for the face. If you remember, we went through and we did a lot of topology edge flow through here to make sure that we had like, you know, the flow going around the opening of the mouth, so that's like, you know, nice and smooth when it opens and closes. But then we have all the structure built in up top, for the cheek, for the face, you know, all these different little pieces. In fact, this got a little bit messed up. Something like that. Cool. So yeah, now we've got the torso kind of built out a little bit. Let's get back to these arms. So I think what I want to have happen is with these bits right here around here, I'm just going to have this start to pull away. Let's pull it down like this. Pull this up so it matches that other side a little bit. I'm going to pull this up too, so that way I can get some clean geometry transition here. I'm trying to avoid having, so like here we're going to have like these 5-pointed stars. Okay, you see 5-pointed star right here. We're going to have a 5-pointed star right here because of the change of the flow of the topology going around these muscles. And I want to have those in a place where it's going to have the least amount of influence, where it's going to have no, I do not have a poly budget, thankfully. So I'm not too terribly worried. It does have to have topology. It does have to have textures, if I remember right. It's always kind of tricky to go through and try to remember all the different rules in the briefing, so you know you can go through and read it. In fact, here I'll send this to you guys so you guys can see if you wanted to be able to connect with it later on. Oh, is YouTube not connected right now? Is YouTube having issues? It looks like when I sent the message through just now, it looks like YouTube is not receiving the messages. Bummer. Give me a second. All right. Deliverables, 1 beauty shot of your rendered character. Presentation renders of front, back, side views of the character. Callout sheet presenting the major elements such as wireframes, clay renders, texture sets. And then work in progress artwork to show the progress of your entry, including wireframes and progress shots. So yeah, the wireframes, the topology, textures, those are important elements in this contest. It's definitely always going to be like a learning opportunity. Is always a little bit of a challenge. That's why it's a challenge, right? But yeah, super cool. It's always super exciting. The judges are super they're all professionals. Very experienced professionals, you know, like we've got people from Industrial Light and Magic and all sorts of people. So like lots of really cool judges, and a lot of challengers. Most of those, probably like half of those, won't ever actually finish. So, you know, that cuts your chances in half, right? Or I guess doubles your chances because, you know, anyway, whatever, right? All the fun stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and close this one out. I'll leave that one open because Constantine is awesome. And let's close. Okay, let's get back to this arm. Yeah, and then right here for this part, this is where I'm going to want to have like these 3-point transitions, so that way I can kind of make it so I don't have too many edges coming in. It is a little bit of a challenge making sure that we have enough topology, but but not too much. So like all of this should stay pretty evenly spaced as we get down. And it's something that we're just going to kind of keep an eye on as we... Ooh, right here, right here. Is that Prashan? Yeah, I'm not seeing YouTube messages. It looks like something's kind of happening. Let me show you guys. So on the Restream app, it goes through and it tells me when something's kind of weird. I'm not sure what is going on, but okay, let me just check you guys out real quick, see if I can... Yeah, man. I'm on YouTube, no message yet. Yeah, my favorite platform is Twitch. Mushu. Okay, Dragon Ball Z. Okay, so we do have people like talking about dragons. Good. Dragon Slayer from 81. Awesome. Yeah, Twitch has always been my kind of preferred platform to watch things on, because it seems to be the most reliable. As you can see, it's connected. It's funny, I'm not getting any stats based off of Facebook, but I'm pretty sure that I've seen people like message through on Facebook. I don't know. It's always kind of interesting. So let me ask you this question. What drives you to want to watch on one platform versus another? It's always kind of in... You know what? Let's try this. I'm going to bring this up. Quentin! Oh, better save. Just purely because I saw you, I was like, I need to save. I'm doing pretty good, dude. How about you? Long time no see. It seems like you've missed the last couple streams. But yeah, so if anybody's interested in going and jumping onto Twitch, it's funny because like it tells me that I have like 83 people watching right now. But then it's got 44 on Twitch and error on YouTube and 0 on Facebook. So it's like I'm curious where the 83 is coming from. Where are the remaining the 39 people, coming from? Dude, how was Quentin? How was drawing night last couple weeks ago? 'Cause you went to that, right? With 9B? I wanted to go to that one, but I totally spaced it and kind of had other plans anyway, so it was it was fun. All over the place. Been doing well, working on myself for the better. Well, good. I hope it's going well. I hope it's going well. Oops, oops, oops. Now we're getting all the groupies together. The drink and draw was very lively. Because I was back out in Pasadena, right? This time I was out in Pasadena. Sorry. It's a lot easier getting to Pasadena for me than it is to get out to Englewood. But either way. Good peeps. Good ambiance. It's always fun sketching, so you know you're set up for good times when you're out to sketch. Okay, let me see. I want to try to mirror what's happening here. So right here we've got 1, 2, I've got 1 right here so far. So I think it's going to be a matter of me evening this out a little bit. Bless you. Be funny if somebody watching the stream sneezed when I said bless you and they were like, oh, thank you. How did you know? Are you watching me? Are you Big Brother? I'm going to go ahead and hit insert. Got here from updating ZBrush program through the ZBrush Live button. Awesome. Welcome. Yeah, right now what I'm talking about is creating the stylized creature today. Not really all this month. I'll be working on this guy. I'm hoping to have the topology done on him, hopefully, for the most part at least today. Because it's fun to be able to take something that's nice and clean and run it into production and getting the stylized folds and all the nice stuff that happens with having the high res sculpt done. It's wrong tool there. Extrude. It's a little bit too tight in there. Let's go ahead and grab this. I have no idea what my kids are watching. I kind of recognize it, but I have no idea. I have no idea what I'm hearing. Just have that kind of come in here. And that should work out pretty nicely. So now we've got that 4 there. We've got the 4 here. And this is going to be a 5 point, so we gotta kind of drag that down. You see the Little Mermaid live action trailer? Yeah, well, part of it anyway. I saw part of it this morning. My big question for this new Little Mermaid live action movie: are they going to have Sebastian? I need Sebastian. That is my big question. That is my big ask, Disney. Yeah, I'm not sure how. I haven't been a fan of. I don't think any of the live action remakes. No, that's not true. What I kind of liked Mulan. Um, it wasn't everything I'd hoped for, but you know, what is these days? Um, Let me see. There was a live action remake actually that I was thinking of that I really liked. What were some of the live action remakes? Do you guys yeah, Sebastian definitely needs to be Jamaican. That he's iconic. And I mean, I felt like Mushu was iconic, but apparently they didn't feel like he was iconic enough to deserve being you know, like in the movie. Good grief. It's like, yeah, it's okay. You know, you had a movie. You had a movie, Mushu. Thank you for your service. Let's go through and kind of fix this a little bit. Slightly different shape. And then like we did on the other side, we're going to have that loop over the top, and then we're going to have it transition. So let's come down here. We'll have this kind of transition out. It's one of those things that's just tricky. Chill Saturday. That's nice. Yeah, Saturday is a great day to just kind of relax, you know, and just have a day. Stay away from the Disney live action remake so I don't ruin my childhood. Well, that's a little dramatic, but drama queen. No, it's but I agree. I mean, it's one of those things that I definitely feel kind of strongly about, that I don't like live action remakes. I feel like it's just trying too hard to double dip on something that was already well done, and then trying to make it so that it's more relevant to a current audience. And I mean, my daughter's getting super back into the classic princess movies, you know, Cinderella and um, Little Mermaid. You know, speaking of Little Mermaids, um, um, and she's been super into it, like the last month or two. Um, I'm not sure what clicked, because she had kind of considered herself graduated um, from Princess Academy, but now she's finally just kind of like going back in and having her own little princess revival, and it's been great. She's been enjoying it, and she's been having a ton of fun with it. Um, so yeah. Trying to decide if I want that to. Yeah, I do. I do. Let's take it down. Take it down. Then I'll add in a loop. Kind of going through the bicep tricep area just to be able to fill that in, but maybe a couple. Prashant gets it. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I don't even know. I don't think. Granted, I didn't see the full trailer. I saw like whatever snippet was on. Whatever snippet was on Instagram from D23. So I guess we'll. Maybe I'll go through and watch the rest of the trailer at some point today. There we go. You know what? Today's a good day for Disneyland, man. 'Cause it's all cloudy. Potentially rainy. Oh shoot, I didn't want that. Let's see, extrude. Under the sea, darling, it's better down where it's wetter. Take it from me. Out on the shore they work all day, out in the sun they slave away. Yeah, so happy that it rained. So nice to finally have different weather here in LA. Because if we're being honest, and let's be honest, we are, the weather's too predictable here in LA. It's all sun all the time. So to have something like rain from a hurricane come and grace your face, you know, it's nice. Dingle hoppers. Dingle hopper is classic. Yes, that better be in there. Okay, what are other must-haves for the new Little Mermaid? Since we're on this topic, what are other must-haves that you guys are like, you know what? We cannot live without this. Felt like you were back in Miami yesterday. Oh boy. Yeah, my wife was like, yeah, you know, just in case you're feeling nostalgic for Texas, you know. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm really not. I think I'm going to want to insert an extra loop here. Pull that, pull that, pull that. It's always super exciting to me to see topology flow out. Let me see other must-haves for the Little Mermaid. Just by the way, in case those of you who on YouTube missed the conversation earlier, I can't see your chat on YouTube. So I mean, if you want to stay on YouTube and kind of chat amongst yourselves, that's great. I haven't been getting your messages. So I can't see if you're saying anything, or if you're asking questions. So my recommendation is to jump over onto Twitch. That's one of my favorite platforms to watch streams on anyway. It's more live time, and the chat always feels very reliable, that it always comes through. So just an FYI, just to let you guys know. I'm not ignoring you. I just can't see you. Um, oh, nerds. Okay, right here. So I have the elbow. It feels like it's kind of off center from the front. I need to go through and kind of count around. Ooh, Ursula. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Because I like Ursula. And the lady that did the voice for Ursula recently passed away, if I remember right. So you know she's not going to be in it. Or at least you don't think she's going to be in it anyway. Okay, one of the things, let's go through and check this out. So right now, oh, in fact, oh shoot. Let's finish out the front. By the way, I just got these new soaps. You've probably seen their ads on Instagram and stuff. Dr. Squatch. They're nice soaps. They smell super good. And so it's like I have them sitting out here on my desk so that it's kind of like an air freshener around my work area. That lights a little bright on my face. Let's try something like that. Yeah, it's just kind of funny. They smell really nice. And I've enjoyed them so far. Yeah, Ursula. I don't think anyone can top the original Ursula. No, I don't think so. That's gonna be a letdown. That was a super letdown for me with the live action Aladdin with Jafar. Jafar was kind of a letdown for me. Yeah. Yeah, I got some, dude. They smell nice. I got grapefruit IPA. I got alpine sage. I got cedar citrus. I got legendary lather. It's the only Star Wars one I got. I got spearmint basil, so in case I want to smell like toothpaste, you know. And then I got coconut castaway. The ones that I have currently, like I decided to like cut them in half so that I could kind of like try them out before I go through a whole bar at a time. I got these two at the same time, so or like, you know, in use at the same time. You know, coconut castaway and legendary lather. They're good. They're good. I've enjoyed them so far. It's kind of funny advertising for soap on an art stream. Art has got to be clean. What are my kids watching? Okay, does anybody have any guesses? Guesses on something that my kids are watching? I'm gonna call up my daughter and ask her to tell me what it is. Hey, Scarlett. What you guys watching? Oh. Okay. Need a hint. Okay, so it's a newer movie. It stars Jim Carrey. as a villain. Hopefully that gives it away enough. New movie stars Jim Carrey as a villain. That'll be my hint. Sonic! Yeah, it's actually Sonic 2, but yeah, Sonic. Yeah, it's so funny because like I didn't expect my daughter to want to see that one as much as she did, and she's been super into it. Like she and my son, they'll go through and they'll sit down and they'll watch both of those movies. They've watched each of them several times. Sonic 2, actually, yeah. Okay. Let's bring this back up so we can connect things together. Oh, and another movie that I saw recently was Morbius. Came out on Netflix. I was not expecting that. I was expecting it to be like years before I ever got to see that. Yeah, the Sonic movies are fun. They're fun. They're I don't look at them and think, "Oh, that's a cinematic masterpiece." But the graphics, like the VFX are really good. Um uh the story's fun. The humor's fun. Okay, let me see. I've got one, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, cool. Cool. Let me finish building out this loop here. Jim Carrey was amazing. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's kind of it's kind of scary seeing people in those sorts of roles though, where they're like this horrendous bad guy, but you're used to them being these likable characters. I mean, like The Mask, or even in Liar Liar, or different things like that, where it's like it's like I'm not used to not liking Jim Carrey. Like he was so good at being bad. It's like I want you to be my friend, but you're so mean. you know? You know what? I'm trying to think. I need one, two, three. One, two, three. So this is going to need to come up here. Something like that. Okay, so we're missing one loop down here so far. I'm going to raise this up because that's a little bit too long. Let's make it somewhat match what's going on the other side. But yeah, Sonic was fun. I liked well, so like one of my favorite actors lately has been Idris Elba. Um, he's just fun. I loved him in Luther. Give me a second. I loved him in Luther. Um, I love him in the Thor movies too. I think he's absolutely great in the way that he just such a presence about him. Um, So yeah, I love Idris Elba, and so it was funny to see him as Knuckles. Well, to hear him as Knuckles, because first off, it took me a while because Knuckles is like this. He's like this super like strong, powerful character, and he's got the deep voice like Idris Elba has, but he's like goofy. He's so thick headed. It's like it's like it was kind of a funny to me. Um, okay, so we've got that going in there. Okay, let's pull that out. Make sure that's kind of in the center-ish regions. I'll do the same thing over here. Center-ish regions. We'll do this one as well. That way we have just kind of as much as we can have. Let's go through, let's insert some edge loops to try to complete this. Oh, no. Let's go through and start to pull this up so that it's nice and on there. I'll have to clean up like the shape for this elbow. I just want to have that those loops kind of going down around the elbow, so that way it kind of helps reinforce the that shape. This little nub right there, kind of coming off. Pull that up. Pull this over. Man, something that I really wish that I could find to watch is Little Lunch. It's a show. It's like this kid comedy series. Give me a second here. Oh, cool! I did a quick save while I was busy doing stuff. That's very convenient. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Okay, so yeah, this is going to come up. This is going to come over and connect. And this is going to come down. Fill that in. We'll have to add in extra loops here at some point, but for now, yeah, it's not bad. Pull that up. Oops, didn't want that. At least not yet. Pull this over. Connect. How about that? It didn't quite connect. There we go. Mirror and weld. Wow, what's that? Just make sure that it's smoothed out to being on the other side of that half. Bring this in, click. Cool. So now we've got this nice clean topology going in here. I'm just going to kind of strengthen some of these shapes through here. One of the things that I really liked from Sonic 2 was the Donut Lord's sister-in-law. Are we to a point where we can talk about spoilers? When at the wedding, I'll just say the wedding scene, just the whole wedding bit there. Thought that was funny. I'm going to leave it at that in case somebody wants to go and watch it. They don't feel like, oh, Steven ruined it for me. Mean guy. You really are a bad guy. Oh. So, spoiler alert, leave now. Cover your ears. La 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 la. We are making some stellar progress here. Let's see. Yeah, that works. Okay. I'm gonna raise this up just a little bit though, so it's not quite as sharp going in. Oh, it didn't work. I think that that sister-in-law, I think she's been the source of kind of some of the bigger funnies for me in both of those films, I'll say, because in that first film, she gets, she's tied up and she's and the daughter's kind of running around like crazy around the house, because she's unrestrained. She doesn't have any kind of, mom can't do anything about it. She's tied up. And it's super funny because she's like, can you at least put on my Fitbit and get my steps in? It's like, yeah, that's funny. I get it. I feel you. You know what? I want more coming down through here. Well, maybe it's just a matter of not having it be right up against it. Because this shape needs to be defined. It needs to be, it needs to have the roundness to it. It needs to have the form. And it can't have the form if it doesn't have the topology to have the form. And granted, it will be probably smoothed once before I connect it to the upper, part of the body. But yeah. Take that down. Take that down. So now this can become complete. Yeah, and it can take this and kind of pull this out. think this is getting to be too low res down here. So I think what'll happen, I'll show you what'll happen. I'll show you what'll happen. Spoiler alert. All sorts of spoilers today. Spoiler alert. They decided to make Sebastian from Cuba and not from Jamaica. A very different accent. Spoiler alert. No, I'm just kidding. I'm trying to think of like other funny things that probably didn't happen, but would be spoilers. Spoiler alert, Queen Amidala never actually died. Spoiler alert. The Vatican has a pigeon farm. Spoiler alert. I don't know. Stop while I'm behind. Once I finish this this ring going around the bottom, I'll go ahead and I will smooth it so that I can have the topology I need. And then we'll see about refining some stuff. One of the things that I want to do oh boy, it sounds like they're in the wedding scene right now. Okay, let's take a look at these by themselves. Oh, look at that. What happened here? Oh, come on. Fill that in. Okay. Cool. So you can see that's working pretty decently well. One thing that I'm going to want to do before I smooth it is, yeah, make sure that the forms are in there. You know, the forms are clean, because like right now we're getting some weird twisting with that shoulder, or not the shoulder, sorry, the elbow and tricep. Your almond milk has spoiled today. Dang it! Hey Daniel, how you doing? Oh, that's the first message from YouTube that I've had come through. Oh, YouTube has been fixed. Hello, YouTube. And I also see that I have 2 people on Facebook. Hello, guys. Hooray for YouTube. So yeah, feel free to send messages now. Yeah, it didn't give me any kind of backlog of questions or comments or anything like that. So, yeah, if you're one of those people that have said something that you want me to see, or you've asked a question that you'd like to have answered, feel free to re-ask if you're on your YouTube. That way I can see it now. Kind of fix some of this flow here. Got a little bit wonky. It's so funny. Like we've done such a very little bit on this character today. But if you think about it, it's been a lot. It's been really lonely here on YouTube. Poor Leonard. You gotta get a Twitch, buddy. I'm going to do a couple different things. I am going to create a couple of polygroups. Okay, let's say polygroups, autogroups. Same thing, autogroups. Geometry, mirror and weld. Let's grab these bottom two here, Control W, so that way we've got this alternating polygroup. Too many logins. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. That's fair. That's fair. Although, if you have Amazon Prime, I think it logs in like it's the same. It can be the same login as your Amazon account because I think they're owned by Amazon. If I remember right, I might not remember right. So take that at face value. Crease PG, so that way we get creases along the openings and along the polygroup differences. I just want to do another quick check to see that my forms and that my edge flow is nice. Right down here, I'm getting kind of a wobble. Okay. That's looking good. Control D. So now you can see we've got all this topology in here to nicely describe those forms. Yeah, I don't feel like there's anywhere that I really want to get rid of a loop that it added. So this is nice. Okay, let's go ahead and say delete lower. Okay, so now this is our new resolution to be able to go in and take that into the feet. Here, let's take this and make this a little bit broader. I kind of like that statement there, how it gets pretty thick for the feet. You couldn't get your name. You couldn't get Leonard Yee? Like you couldn't get your full name? I wonder if you could do like Leo Yee or something like that. Do you still retopologize even after it looks this clean? No. So after I get the topology done, it's done. Yeah, this process just takes me to something that's production ready. Man. What if you were to do Leonardo Yee? That could be cool. That make people be like super confused as to where you're from. I am going to hide this, and this, and that too. Okay, that way I have less kind of ruining what I'm trying to connect to, and that way I can kind of keep updated on like a clean shape. Once I'm done getting the topology, there'll be a pass that I do where I try to kind of stylize the forms a little bit. I mean, I'm already getting some stylized forms. Here, I can undo my creasing. Uncrease all. We'll say crease tolerance up to 180 and hit crease just to be able to crease the edges around like the open edges. But yeah, everything's looking pretty slick so far. But yeah, topology is always one of those things that I try to be very particular with. Um, I think much to the chagrin to some of the people that I that I work with. They're like, "Oh, you got to clean that up. Why do you got to clean that?" It's like so that it works. You could try your Imagineering nickname. I can't remember what it is, but I'm sure you do. All right. So what I want to try is, I mean, right now, I gotta kind of test my own arms. Got my arms kind of going like that. Cool. Okay. Okay. So let's try something. It's like I didn't super work out the design for that transition there. So I'm going to try that. Let's say uncrease all, just so we don't have to worry about the creases. Ah. Oh, you know what? Maybe what we could do instead is have this twist off in this direction. It's like I'm trying to think in relationship to like real world anatomy, at least to some point, to some extent. Um, and it gets kind of tricky because there are a couple of, well, I mean, it's supposed to be a big lizard. Um, but then it's also something that's purely fantastical and, you know, something that isn't perfectly relatable to our world. Um, God save the king. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting transitionary um, moment for England. Let's kind of pull this off to this side. We'll have something kind of like this right here so that we can get this kind of flowing. Yeah, kind of some like iguana vibes. I also kind of looked at like like horned toads. What else did I look at? I looked at in fact, here's a cool site. This is a really, really cool site. They have a free version if you're interested. Must refresh. What? I just opened it up. Oh my gosh. Okay. If it'll open up, sweet. Okay, so if you're familiar with PureRef, this works like PureRef, but it's so much cooler. Um, Hopefully you guys can. Golly, ábrelo. Okay. So yeah, here are some of the little guys that I looked at. You know, like a desert iguana. We got like these little horned toads. Um, just to be able to get some of these shapes, like the thick shapes in there. Um, I'm definitely pulling in much more humanistic type anatomy with the shoulders and things like that. So I'm not sure. Maybe I should revise that some. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think I'll keep it for now. Might do another version where we kind of change this so that we essentially get rid of this section of the arm and then make it so that this bicep tricep just fans up and kind of meets with this part in the middle, and then kind of change that shape so it gets a little bit puffy up at the top and things like that. I might have to do like a different version because you can see like that's kind of what's happening here. It's much more simplified and streamlined. We get very different shapes. I got like this bulge right here with the bicep tricep area. Very thin joints, thick feet to kind of help it so they can stay on top of the sand. Lots of cool stuff kind of happening with these guys. But you can see like there's that bulge from that shoulder, and that's a really cool design statement to me. I don't think I'll be using that at all, but yeah, I mean, I had like the old tail and everything. I was trying to do something kind of more similar to like a Gila monster that was like large and chunky. It didn't end up working very well for me. Texture wise, this is kind of what I'm looking to do. So like I've got like this Bob Karpinski, I think is his name, if I remember right. Oh, Borislav Kishansky, Kichashki. I'm not sure where he's from. I think he's from Hungary or something like that. Stellar artist. I love the textured feel in this, and how it's got like all these really cool like edge weathering. Very, very neat. Yeah. So that's kind of where that's going so far. I need to go through and update this a little bit more. But yeah, Bluescape. Bluescape is the name of this site. It's so helpful. We use this at work for all of our projects and our collaboration and things like that, so we can share pictures across with other people, different things like that. I can close that. In fact, since we're here, might as well just go ahead and add in these Sailor Moon pictures, so we can have like the updated pose sketch. And there's our most recent render. So one of the things that's kind of interesting is that you can grab these and you can move around the whole board, or you can move around the elements within the board. So it gets to be really, really helpful. Bluescape does have a free option. It's I can't remember. I think it's like a limited time free option. I like it so much that I decided I'd pay for it. It's great. It's such a fantastic tool because I'm able to use it for my art projects. I'm going to start using it for like planning out courses, toys, products, my own website. So like there are a lot of different things on here that I can do. That's great. It supports video. Supports image. It's fantastic. And the nice thing about my personal Bluescape is that it doesn't have watermarks across the images. With the Disney Bluescape, it has watermarks going across it. So it's like if you're trying to like do a zoom and you're trying to zoom in and show somebody, it's like, oh, let's look at storm over here. And it's like, oh, that's great. What happened? What happened? Somehow the stream like cut and then started back up or something like that. Is that? Well, shoot. So that means that today's stream is split into two groups. I'm curious now. Since I'm here, let's go ahead and check out. I want to make sure that I am not. Let's go community ZBrush Live. I mean, for the last several months, I've been the only streamer on Saturdays. And so to have yeah, I mean the next one is Shane. So I don't have to stress. I am the only one. So yeah, I don't have to worry about it too much. I was worried maybe if somebody was trying to jump on and start streaming, like maybe I had forgot or like I didn't know that somebody was jumping on or something like that. And so I don't know, whatever. I was just wanting to check and make sure, but nobody was there, so I don't have to worry too much. Take this, pull this up. Take this, pull this down. One thing that I'm going to do, and that I want to have, is I want to have two edges going into each of the toes. Yeah, don't forget to save. Thanks, Quinn. Yeah, I wonder what happened to the I wonder what happened to the stream, because it's like it stopped for a second there. Weird. And all of a sudden we're up to like 150 viewers. Take this down so we know that this is going to the toe. We'll have to figure out exactly how this flows, but I'm pretty sure what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this come out, something like this, and then I want to have this kind of flow around the toenail bud. Hey, you found a way to use your name. It's a glitch in the matrix. Yeah, it absolutely was. Stinking matrix. I'm gonna bring this over. Now, the idea... Thanks for dropping in, Quentin. Always a pleasure. I'm going to say insert an edge loop, and let's delete this row right here. Pull this over, change back to extrude. The idea will be to kind of reuse things as much as possible. Because when you're going through and you're making topology for something, you don't want to have to remake everything. So if I'm going to make one toe and each toe is pretty similar, I'm going to go through and try to reuse the toes. So that this toe then becomes the other toes, and then I can just duplicate it along. Makes life a little bit nicer. Kind of pull this out. Oops. And since I have that section of the toe kind of, let's see, toenails. Let's go ahead and hide that. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's take this, pull it down. I'm trying to keep things in a pretty similar sort of height, and fortunately, I do have kind of like this. I can see the topology, or like the resolution of I can see the resolution of what's what I'm building out on top of, so I can kind of gauge where like my height, my topology height, based off of that. So it's pretty nice. Just trying to make things even, so it's kind of going across like this. Let's do it. Pull this across, pull this across, pull this out. You know what? I think I might have just one more loop around, because I feel like it's going to be important to have support going around the nail bed. Otherwise, it might just, like, we'll get like artifacting from having this 3-point visible. So by having that loop kind of going as much around those nails as possible, I think that should help, so that we can have a nice clean shape when we smooth it out, when we deform, when we, all sorts of things, right? Okay, that's gonna be good. And it's back. Okay, it looks like I won't have time to do a full, like the full rest of the character, but this down. But I think we can possibly get to the rest of the feet. You know, getting the feet done and in. You know what? Let's do some. Yeah. Yeah, no, I like it the other way better. Pull this up, pull this up, pull this up, pull this up. Okay, gonna pull this up, pull this up, pull this up, pull this up. Okay. Yeah, this is also my retopo workflow at work as well. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Um, there are times, there are things that I'll go through and I will do using Maya. Um, like for instance, like up here in the dragon's mouth, I'll do the inside of that probably inside of Maya, or at least, you know, I'll do some of it here and then I'll do the rest of it in Maya. I'll finish out the eyes in Maya, just because I know that this area is going to get a lot of really. Oh, that got messy. Um, it gets really tight, like like topology wise, and I don't want to risk an accidental vertex welding. So yeah, a lot of this sort of thing is stuff that I'll go ahead and I'll take over um, into Maya to finish. Okay, but I'll take I'll get most of my topology done here inside of ZBrush, because it really just makes for such a just a simple workflow. Um, I enjoy the tools better. Um, Quad Draw is nice, but I feel like it's nerds. Um, I feel like it gets kind of tricky sometimes. I am. Oh, that's why it's on slide. It's not on move. Dang it. It's like, why isn't it letting me move it? Hey.
Guys.
going to start kind of just pulling these things in and just make like a ring around the inside of the toe. Yeah, I am doing retopo inside of ZBrush. It is my favorite tool for retopology. I like it because it's something that I can very quickly and easily move back and forth between topology and sculpting. I can't do production ready UVs inside of ZBrush yet. I keep hoping that they'll add the PLUV or whatever they decided to call it. But I suspect that won't ever actually get added. I think that they have other plans for that sort of tool. But we'll have to see what they do. Because nice production ready UVs would be amazing. What's PLUV? I don't know what PL would be. UVs or UVs. So UV Master is nice. It gets you something that's usable, but it's not something that's clean and predictable. So it wouldn't be something that would be ready for production, because with production UVs, you need to make sure that you can read, and that you like read the UVs and see what's what, control where your seams are. With UV Master, you can do that a little bit, but not necessarily all the way. And there are often these issues where UV Master will unwrap something, but it won't be unfolded nice and evenly. It won't be it doesn't necessarily respect textile density, so like the scale of the UV patches will be mismatched, and so it gets to be kind of tricky. Times where it gets to be really helpful are times like with like toy production, or so like people at PCS Toys or at McFarlane or Sideshow Collectibles, Prime One, etc. Those sorts of collectibles and toys and things like that. It's really easy for them to go through and use the UV Master UVs, and those work most of the time pretty well for what they need. Just kind of that does not feel symmetrical. Interesting. But yeah, so yeah, production UVs, it's good stuff. So yeah, UVs are kind of a tricky beast, because if they're not laid out properly, you get textiles or like texture shearing. So some of those toy companies, I don't know that they're, I think the ones that I named are all like super well known actually. There's McFarlane Toys. There's Prime One. There's Sideshow. Sideshow is insanely competitive, though. I've tried getting in with them, and granted, I don't know that I do the kind of things that they like to put out anyway, so it's not really a huge loss for me. I mean, like, I have a good job. I like what I do, so I'm happy. Someday, though, that'd be cool. It'd be a fun thing to be able to do something for Sideshow. Or for Prime 1. I've got a buddy there. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Trying to think of, did I name any other ones? I don't think I named any other ones. Yeah, I don't know that they're necessarily like not well known. There's, oh gosh, what's that one called? There's like Casey something. Thanks, Leonard. Thanks for dropping by. Gonna pull out a whole string here. Sometimes I just gotta make sure that I'm all right with my topology. Just kind of like smooth everything out. Yeah, like right here you can see there's this extra point in there that was creating issues. But now we're all right. We got it. Okay, I want to finish this out. I don't want to add in too many polys down here, so what I want to do is I'm going to make one more, and then we'll have this be where the loop kind of goes around. Something kind of like that. There's going to be a lot of like point cozying to do once this is all in here, but this flow is working for me. Let's pull out this one last face there, pull this over and make that into its own thing. Bada bing. I'm just going to kind of smooth this out so that it's easing out the points, makes it so that it's nice and even. Okay, so let's build this up now. Dang. It's like things keep getting messed up. What tool or setting are you used to match the polygons with the high poly layer? So this is the Z modeler tool. I just have like the edge action set to extrude. I have snap to surface turned on, and so that makes it so that it just comes out and makes it so I can match it to that. And then because of vertex welding, hey Manu, how you doing? Because of vertex welding, those points will kind of weld together. For the point actions, I have it set to move. Sorry, and then I have it set to snap to surface as well. So that way I get the similar sort of thing where it goes through and I can move things and snap points together and all that. I do have to decide at what point it's going to break off and become part of. I think I do want it to come out the back to be able to connect to the foot, like in each case, because that will allow me to. In fact, here let me have this kind of stand up a little bit and be part of the foot rather than part of the. And part of the toe. Let's have this come up. I'll just move around. I'll have to kind of rearrange some points when I get to the front toes, and then the front toe will be kind of more the one that I duplicate out once I change it. Glad that that didn't merge together, because that would have been not fun. Tune in for our next ZBrush Live Industry Spotlight featuring Mike Thompson with 2D to 3D concepting and paint over techniques on September 13th at 10 a.m. PDT. I could be an announcer. Just kidding, I couldn't be. I feel like it takes a very special voice to be a good announcer. Gonna pull that in. Something I do want to have for sure, just kind of a ring of faces going around the bottom down here, just to kind of help support that idea of that toe pad. So we'll have that. So yeah, essentially this is what we've got. I'm going to let's do this real quick. Let's create a little polygroup there. We'll say inset. Oh, sorry, inset standard. Just kind of smooth that out. And then we'll just kind of push it in some. So that way that's kind of ready. Oops. All right. Give it its own polygroup so that way we can take it and move it. Control tap. Let's do this. So we're going to take this, let's control bring it up. Oh, let's turn on local symmetry so that way we know that we're getting the piece growing out from where our gizmo is rather than from where the center of like the origin is. Turn off local symmetry now. Yeah, let's go ahead and make sure that that's its own polygroup so that way it's easy enough to select. And let's reshape it some so that it fits the flow a little bit better here on this new toe. You guys, this stage is like so exciting. Hopefully it's as exciting for you guys as it is for me, because like I love getting to these sorts of points where I'm starting to see the topology come together and I'm just like, dang, that's nice. You know. It's the simple things. It's the simple things. I'm going to turn on those toenails again just so I can make sure that I'm getting the placement on that little piece there. Let's go ahead and grab that. Bring it all back. Soften that out. Come on. Here we go. 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 Okay. Got to get that other shape working out for us. Yeah, let's go ahead and use our transpose line. Use the rotate, hold Alt, and just kind of tilt that so that's facing the right direction. Okay, the top of this toe needs to kind of come up, and let's fit it to the toenail. Push that in some. What are some shows or movies that you guys are super excited about? Is there anything that you're watching that you're just super happy about, or that you like to see where it's going, or are there things that have been announced that you're just like, oh, I can't wait for that to hit screens? What are some things that you're enjoying? Severance. Is that a film or is that a series? I'm not familiar with Apple TV yet, so it's kind of a new frontier, if you will. Probably a series. It seems like a lot of what Apple TV does is series based, right? Sci-fi series about brain chips implanted in people's minds that sever your work and home life entirely. Directed by Ben Stiller. Interesting. You know what? I am not crazy about this right here. It's an easy fix. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say collapse polyloop bop. Just like that. Bop. And I think that, I mean, if I wanted to, I could go through and add in an extra loop to even that out, but I think I'm just going to even out with what I have. I didn't like the way that I'd had that square on top. It just didn't make sense to keep that. Oops. There we go. Cool. I think that'll work better because I think that having the because I'd had like this extra little corner up here, I think that that'll just create artifacts, and so it's better just to kind of get rid of it. Plays on the theme of making a version of yourself that's a slave because it only has memories of work, while your at-home self enjoys all the fruits of your labor. That's interesting. Hey, Logan. We're doing pretty well. How about yourself? You know what? Let's just grab this. If I can get it. Let's see. Slide, edge loop partial. Let's kind of cozy that back some. No complaints. Well, good. Serves you right. Serves you right. It's funny. I was one of the goals that I have for someday in the future is to do an X-Men series of characters. Like I showed earlier the Storm character that I did. I want to do a series of X-Men characters and probably do like a like a new version of Storm too at some point, where I kind of fix kind of some of the style of her anatomy and her clothing and things like that, just to help her feel a little bit more pushed. Because I think some of the things that I want to do for like Logan, since your name's Logan, that's what made me think of it. It's much more edgy and much more different. It's just different. So I think I want to do something slightly different to fit along with it. Okay. Oh no. Didn't realize that I had gotten rid of my mask on that. Let's go ahead and take this, position it into place. In fact, let's do this. Let's come down here to our display properties and turn on double-sided so we can see where the underside of the toe is as well. I don't know what FNF is. Sorry. Sometimes I don't know if that's an actual, like sometimes I don't know if something I'm very not familiar with comes across in chat. Sometimes I wonder if it's just that I'm not familiar with it, and so it's just kind of odd, or if it's something that's just misspelled or mistyped. Five Nights at Freddy's. I guess both are possible. We'll have to wait and see. Friday Night Funkin'. I have no idea what that is. So no. Make sure that all these toes are different colors, different polygroups. And then with that last one, I can just duplicate this. Yeah, it's I still don't know what it is. Sorry. to say, oh, I guess technically if I were to hit mirror, it wouldn't really do anything for me. I'm just going to bring it over to the other side, scale it up some. Let's turn on local symmetry. Scale it up, rotate it so that it fits. And then we gotta fix that little toenail stuff. It's a rhythm game, sort of reminds me of Scott Pilgrim. Yeah, kind of a similar sort of vibe to that. I really like that eye shape, that the way that they kind of handle eyes. I actually wonder if that's the other day at the mall at the food court, I saw a guy like jamming out on something on his phone. He was like and at first I thought he was like texting somebody at hyperspeed, but no, I think he was playing some sort of game. I have no idea what he was doing, but it was kind of funny to see him just ping 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 on his phone that quickly. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody peeing on their phone quite like that. It's yeah, that was different. That was different indeed. Okay, let's take these points and kind of pull them up. Pull this out. I'm gonna try to get rid of. Oh, there we go. That works. Let's get rid of pieces that we've already made. Get rid of that chest piece too. Jump back to this. Yeah, I don't know that I'll be able to even finish the foot. I'm starting to fade. Let's power through it. Let's power through it and finish this foot. Yes. Big stretch. Gotta get a stretch in. Cool. Yeah, I actually have no idea what got announced yesterday. I've seen that something from Pixar got announced yesterday, and that something from Disney Feature got announced yesterday. Got Wish, and gosh, I can't remember what the Pixar feature was called. But I don't know. I don't know what else got announced yesterday. I'll have to go through and check though, because I'm very interested to see kind of what it is that got announced. It's always hard working on projects that are covered by NDAs, by non-disclosure agreements, because you can't talk about them, not for a long time. I'm going to go ahead and say bridge. And let's go ahead and kind of bridge these things together so that they are of 1 foot. And you'll notice that, like, I mean, it's not following any kind of specific design contour yet. It's just kind of creating that main webbing sort of shape. So yeah, I'll have to see. And then what we'll do is that we'll add in like we'll probably take each of these sections and then just kind of extrude it back one to be able to get more of like a roundness. In fact, here's what we'll do. Let's say, oh, that's not what I want. I want polygroup islands. Go ahead and hit that. Make sure that that's its own thing here. Hold Alt, tap on that, or tap on it. Hold Alt, or hold it. Tap Alt. There we go. I'm getting it. I'm getting. Oof, my goodness, brain is melting. Let's go ahead. We'll add in insert multiple edge loops. Keep polygroup. We'll say that something like that. Boom, boom. That way we just have a way to be able to select it and to be able to. Oh, just stop it. Okay, hold Control. Kind of pull it back. So you can see that's kind of pulled in our topology a little bit here. Okay, I'm going to push and pull this so that it matches better with that point right there. Give us more of like a toe webbing sort of effect here. Oh, little hummingbird. It's fun. There's a hummingbird that comes to our house. Just kind of hangs out in this like fruit tree behind our house. I haven't seen any kind of evidence of a nest. In fact, I think it nests in a house, a tree around the corner from where we live. So we got a hummingbird feeder, and yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun to see it come around every once in a while. Are we making a concept into 3D? You know it. Yes, that is absolutely what we're doing. So this this particular dragon is, or this particular creature, this concept that we're working on here, it's a concept of my own design, my own sketch, and what it's for is for. Let me see if we can pull it up. Do we still have it open? We don't have it open still. Oh, there we go. It's for the challenge, for the ArtStation challenge. If you're interested in joining this, I totally recommend it because it's something that allows you to just kind of play and push yourself. This should not be zoomed in at all. There's less than a month left, so like a month minus a week. Oh, I didn't want to like get rid of that. Okay, let's do this. Well, welcome El Bal. I don't know how to say welcome in Portuguese, but welcome. Yeah, there are a lot of people here on the stream from Brazil or from Portugal or from other Portuguese speaking countries. So welcome. It's fun. It is a lot of fun. Okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and turn this on. Okay, so this I want to try something let's say bridge edges, stitch to end point. There we go. So now that's got that flow in there. No, I like we'd actually been mentioning FNF earlier, and I didn't have any clue what it was, so no, I don't. Yeah, it's see, I'm going to want to take this so that this becomes like a 3-point kind of going down. So what we can do to be able to make that, let's go ahead and bridge this here. Insert, say multiple edge loops, that's fine. Bridge, bridge, bridge. So now that toe's fully connected, except on the bottom, I guess, but the bottom hasn't been created yet, so I'm not too worried. This should help to create the topology that I need to be able to make that hand feel nice and strong. Hopefully. I might have to create like an extra loop or something kind of going around each of these fingers, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Let's go ahead and insert that in there. Should still have stitch, so that's good. Let's kind of move that over a little bit. Okay, so this right here, I might have that. Not insert, sorry. Bridge edges together like that. No, maybe not. Let's see. I gotta figure out kind of where it is that I want to have that happen. Here, let's bridge that to there, because that'll be helpful. Insert. Bring this up. Now we have this that we can start to create. Oh, not insert. I want to bridge. And then I want to insert. It's a little bit of like a, yeah, you can see, there we go. Merge that together nicely. Now I just need to bridge this. Pull this out so that it helps to reinforce the shape. So now we're getting like this nice kind of flow going around the different knuckles. Some of these, I need to kind of rework a little bit, but it's fine. It's working pretty nicely. Qu'est-ce que tu veux faire aujourd'hui? Let's bridge these two together. We'll insert. In fact, we'll go ahead and we'll say a single loop just so we can get that to be where we want it. Working on a stylized female character. I'm having a hard time with the anatomy where the breast, shoulder, arm meet. That's always like a super tricky part to work on. I mean, I struggle wanting to show the posed Sailor Moon because she's like super work in progress, so it's not very clean. Let me see. Do I have... It kind of depends too on what... Let's open this one up because this one's kind of a fun character. Jump over to the body. I don't have her fully done, but she's at least got some clean flow for her shoulders. This is kind of what I have on this character here. She's still got a ways to go, but essentially it's this idea of having like the muscle topology from the pectorals kind of flowing up into the deltoids, and then that just kind of flows back across the oh my goodness. Not the lats. The lats are down there. The other shoulder muscles. Shoot, where's my chart? The traps. The trapezius muscles. I knew I had it in me. Funny. But yeah, so that just kind of like loops around, and it makes it really nice and clean for deformation. At some point I need to go ahead and take this and make her so that she's in A pose. I need to finish out eyes. You can see like I still haven't done the eyes like I was talking about with the other with the creature. The nose, I might go through and like model in this loop around the nostril a little bit differently. Otherwise, I mean, it's pretty much there. Just a lot kind of going into her to try to make those shapes. I need to model in her tail too. I gave her a tail. Felt like it fit. I'll have to get to her sometime. She's fun. I really enjoy this character, and there's some things that I feel like I can kind of refine and fix and change and all that. All the fun. But yeah, that's kind of my suggestion with like shoulders. These sculpt in T pose often, all the time. Well, yeah, A pose is more typical, but that one it's an old model, and so it's like it's one of those that's I like A pose better because you can get a more natural sort of shape to your anatomy. It's less flexed. I need a suggestion. Like, I know sculpting in ZBrush, but don't know much about anatomy to make my model forms perfect, so I practice it in ZBrush. So I will give good anatomy, correct form and depth in my model. Yeah. A lot of it's just going to be practicing subtle forms. I think a lot of times when people are practicing anatomy, they try to go too hard with like the Damien standard brush or with the clay standard brush, and and they're not clay standard, the clay build-up brush. And there's a lot less focus on the form and the shape and things like that are happening. So I think a lot of what is good to practice with anatomy is getting subtle. Like if you look up geonactyl He's one of my buddies. He's one of my favorite. And we can go ahead and, in fact, I can probably go over here to ArtStation. Giovanni. I forget that his full name's Giovanni. This guy is amazing. I'll share a link to his profile. He's super helpful because one of the things that he's really good at is getting subtle forms. This one's really grotesque, so I won't pull it up, but it's really well done. You can see like the way that like the forms transition. It's not like a harsh line, not a harsh line, but it's still a transition. Good golly, why did it kick me out just now? Hold on, I just lost my stream. I'm going to try to log back in because that's what it makes me do. That is such a pain. I don't know why it's doing this to me. I'm getting all sorts of issues. Okay. It looks like maybe my copying over Geo's ArtStation page didn't work. This Hulk is really nice. This Kaneda is really good. This guy is really cool. Oh, you know what? Let's just go back. I'll copy the link and resend it. Hopefully it works. Good grief. Let's try it again. Yeah, Geo he's amazing. He's a total genius. This guy was fun too. This Hulk though, this Hulk is one of my favorites of his. He's actually responsible for the original Hulk. Like I'm pretty sure it's the original, not the original one, but the original Marvel one. What's his name? Shoot. The actor who plays Bruce Banner in the most recent films. Shoot. Nini, what's the name of that actor that plays Matt in 13 Going on 30? He plays Ruffalo. Mark Ruffalo. Thank you. Yeah, Mark Ruffalo. He's my favorite Hulk. He's great. I love Ruffalo. Always so funny. I'm always so bad with actors' names, and even with actors that I enjoy, you know, like that I that I like Mark Ruffalo. Drives me nuts. Gonna try to pull this out a little bit so that it feels more like it's holding that shape a little bit better. all that shape's going to need to be refined more anyway at some point, but just kind of pull this in. And we'll shrink it just to kind of create something of an eye bag, but it's not going to be like the official eye bag yet. Eye baguette. I'm feeling like I want to eat French. Okay, that's a little bit better. Let's come back down to this. Cool. Let's see. Let's go ahead. We'll isolate this part. Control W. Sir Ian, how are you doing? Let me see. Let's see. The anatomy for sculptors books is really good too. Sorry to ask what the software is you're using to put the drawings on top like that. It's just ZBrush. This is a feature inside of ZBrush called Spotlight. Spotlight's amazing. It's technically intended as a texturing tool. I don't personally know anybody that uses it like that. I'll use it like that occasionally. I'll mostly use it to be able to pick colors, to be able to compare my reference is the big thing. So you get into it by coming into texture and then importing a texture, and then you could add it to Spotlight. Whenever you do that though, whenever you add a Spotlight in there, I mean, it gives you all these really cool options to like be able to move things around, scale it up. You can make it more or less opaque. Let's do that. And then the other thing that's really important to do once you bring in, let's turn the opacity back up a little bit. Once you bring in the Spotlight, is you come down to Brush, Samples, and turn off Spotlight. It's on by default. Turn it off. The reason is that having that on means that you're only going to be able to affect your model as long as it's behind that Spotlight. And then it's going to treat your Spotlight like an alpha. So it's, anything that's lighter, it's going to give more effect. Anything that's darker is going to give less effect. Or if you're using color, it's going to project the color onto your model. So it's really cool in that way. But it's a really tricky tool to work with. I really like to just use it like this. And then I'll open my movie, my timeline. I'll hit show. I have a series of, oh, sorry, wrong folder here. Let's see if we can jump over to the creature, dragon views. So you can see I've got like all these different views kind of blocked in. So you can see it's like, so I can see how well it's lining up with the reference. Yeah, and be able to kind of tweak and make sure that things are lining up a bit better. I'll have to go through and refine this and fix this at some point, because it's definitely off a little bit. It's just, yeah, it's just one of those things. That didn't work very nicely right there. I didn't like how that transition happened there. Yeah, it has been a while since I've seen you on the chat, Mr. Ian. Which is fine, you know, people get busy. Go ahead and take this and kind of move that up, make it a little bit nicer of a transition. We'll go ahead and grab our Acu curve, kind of pull that up some. That'll help to give me a little bit better of a peak. You know what? This peak right here is a little bit easier to grab. Let's do that. We'll just pull out with the Acu curve. Yeah, that works. We'll have to see later on if, you know, how we feel about it once we add in the other pieces and whatnot. But it's working out. It's working out. Okay, so we've got our different pieces down here now. Let's go ahead, Control W, Control W. Let's make sure all these pieces are. Oh, I don't want them all to be the same there. Okay, let's hit mirror and weld just in case we have issues. And there we go. Let's see. Let's start building out the back of the foot. And I think the easiest way to build out the back of the foot is by doing something insane. Just kidding. Just being silly. Just, you know, take it for face value. Oh, I don't want to bridge. I want to insert. What did I hit? Oh, inset. Okay, I see what I'm saying. Do nothing. Let's say do nothing on that for now. This should be the only bit of this bridge polygroup in there right now. So let's go ahead and pull that back. Just control, click, and drag it out. Super simple. Looks like the head of an eel from The Little Mermaid. Yeah, kind of similar sort of influence there. What you doing, brother? Try to leave Mama alone. I think she's doing stuff. Okay. She didn't cancel break day. It's Saturday. No. Alright, let's see. Let's go ahead and mask that out. I'm going to kind of try to level this out just a little bit, pull it in some. Pull this over and in, something like that for now, right? So we start to get a little bit more of that, whatever that foot shape needs to be. What are your, I actually haven't dropped into your streams for a while either, Ian. What are you working on lately? I don't know, it seems like you've been running a lot of the whatchamadiggits, a lot of the streaming stuff, I think, right? Oh, I'm going to want to have that wrapped down and around, so that's good to notice. I'm going to have this go bridge. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and insert some edges. I think my son is having a hard day. Yeah, so this creature is dragon of my own design, intended for the ArtStation challenge. I like to try to enter those as often as I can, especially when it's a theme that I really like. Oh shoot, that's not what I wanted to do with this then. I want to say delete. You know what, let me see, just check and see kind of what's going on here. Okay, so we'll just finish bridging these together so that we can have that complete. It's like once we finish this foot, the rest of it should start to come together much more quickly. There we go. So now this resolves and this resolves. Okay. Because a lot of what we're trying to work out, a lot of what we're trying to figure out. Let's go ahead and add in an extra edge loop here, 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 here. Yeah, a lot of what we're trying to figure out. See if I can. Hi, Oliver. Hello. I think the kids are a little bit stir crazy, so we're gonna have to figure out something to do. Okay, I'm going to change this to extrude. We're going to say, sorry, free move. Just so I can start to, let's go ahead and say move, free move. This way I can just, you know, work in a planar sort of way. And this should allow me to begin to kind of just copy what it is that I've created on the top. You know, just a simple way to be able to work. Don't connect, don't connect. And then I want this to loop around. I want this to go kind of circular. So I'm trying to keep in mind what it is that I'm seeing with the toes, and then to, I don't know, I can't see everything that's going on with this section of the foot, so it might have to be where is the bridge tool? The bridge tool is within the ZModeler brush. So inside of the ZModeler brush, whatever component you're trying to manipulate, you're going to have different set of options. So with the edge tool, you just hover over an edge, and you can hold spacebar, and you have all the different actions up top. You have the target, so this is essentially what you're doing it to, and then modifiers, some different things to be able to affect how it behaves. Yeah, different things. And you have different sets of different actions for points, different targets, different modifiers for that. Same thing for faces. So different actions, target, and then for different, depending on what action you're doing and what your target is, you have different modifiers that'll pop up for that as well. So super helpful. I love I love that tool so much, guys. Like it's nice. It's a nice tool. It's a very nice tool. I'm gonna grab this little point here. Let's pull it back. Did I turn off my AccuCurve? I need to turn off the AccuCurve. That is too accurate of a curve. That's not a word. Hey Chula, tu veux aller au parc? I have very limited French, but she knows what I mean. French is so hard. It is such a hard language. Get that to come in. Move that point till it connects. Same thing over here. Let's just kind of move this over a little bit so that it kind of cozies that out a little bit. Say bridge these edges together. Bridge these together. And then we can add in an edge loop in here. And bridge these together. Okay, so there's one toe. How do you manage to work on axis with? I'm not sure what the question means. In fact, here, let me go ahead and kind of get these to be different so that I can. Ooh, white toes. It's always funny when there's a white polygroup. It always feels so like exclusive, like like interesting. How do you manage to work on axis with ZBrush in free camera angles? It's just a matter of the modifiers. So being able to take this, hit extrude, and then changing this from like between free move and snap to surface. You can also get like planar angle, perpendicular angle, free angle. So the free angle is going to make it so that you can just pull it whatever direction perpendicular to your camera. Perpendicular angle is going to move it perpendicular to the mesh. So it's going to come out at a right angle to the face normals of whatever you're pulling from. And then planar angle is going to go just keep it flat, the same angle, the same surface normal as whatever face you pulled it from. So so different tools like that. It's nice to go through and experiment with these things. I totally recommend it. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm working with right now. This is allowing me to get some really decent effects with in fact, we'll go ahead and pull this out. Pull out our move. Pull this out. You know what? I might have to pull this back some to be able to match up with. I totally spaced it. Oops! Don't delete anything. Just kind of pull that to where it matches. I'm not entirely okay. So there is a point in there. I'm just going to try to match that a little bit. Oops! Don't want to make that merge with anything. Cool. doing, kiddo? Yeah, let's do this. I'm going to say Control A, Control Shift A, because I want this to kind of come in a little bit. So I'm just going to kind of tug on that just a little bit, just a smudgen. This, yeah, I think maybe we can just go ahead and stitch this down. So we will say stitch to end point. So we'll just stitch that right there. We'll decide in a minute if we like it or not. But yeah, that feels like that's going to be about right for what we need. Let's go ahead and bridge this. Maybe we'll extrude it. Let's extrude it. Let's say move. So that way we have something that can start to go over and connect with these. Plop, plop. Yeah, I love doing topology inside of ZBrush. Okay, these need to connect. As you can see, they're not level enough to connect, so just gotta, oops, I had it a second ago. There we go. Oops. Okay. Let's kind of bridge edges together. One big happy bridgy family. And then we'll grab these ones. Grab these. Let's hide that. Control W. Control W. Yeah, it's all just a game. Yeah, white polygroup, think of dynamesh subtraction. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly kind of what that feels like sometimes. I used to hate topology from scratch. Now it's my new meditation. Yeah, you get into like this zen, you know. It's something else. Let me see. Yeah, that should be good. Bridge that down, bridge that up. Let me see, what else am I missing? So we got to get those edges represented over here. So let's say insert single edge loop, bow. Oh, you know what? How did we resolve that other side? Oh, we haven't yet. Okay, so this is new territory. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have that extra loop. It needs to go around to the other side. So what I want to do is I need to resolve the bottom, like have this draw out. Hey Ray Earth 19, how are you doing? So let's say let's not bridge, sorry, extrude. No. Yeah, let's just pull a few of these down just so we have. So we have stuff. Man, Leonard is the man. It's so exciting. I don't know if you guys remember Leonard, who was on earlier. He's a good friend of mine from my Imagineering days. I like saying that because it makes me feel old, experienced. um, and he's great, super 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 nice guy. But he is going through and doing a print for me. Um, Something that I needed. I needed a print that was. I'll show you the part. So, in fact, let me switch over to my camera view. I swore I wouldn't do this anymore, but this is my my mermaid, which some of you might recognize. She's pretty big, and I can't like I can't print too big on my Form 2. So I was going to commission I commissioned him to do. I knew that Leonard had an FDM printer, so I asked him to go through and print out the hair for me, so that it'd be nice and big. I'll have the full mermaid on display on my desk, on my table at Lightbox. So that's really exciting. I'm really excited to be able to show that off, because it's fun, and it's so much work. In fact, I need to go and get the paint for her hair today or sometime. But yeah, lots of fun. Yeah, Leonard's a good guy. Let's go jump back to this so you guys can see what I'm doing. Gosh, there's so much going on. Right here, I've got 3. Yeah, this needs to come over. I see. That is connected into that, which is not what I was intending, I don't think. Let's get rid of that. 2. Let me see. In your personal experience, can an excellent portfolio outshadow the lack of shipped? Yeah, absolutely. There are a lot of people who have gotten into the industry because of. Dang it! Why am I not grabbing the right? Lots of people have gotten into the industry who really haven't done a whole lot of formal education. That being said, I still recommend getting a formal education, because it's something that, if you do education well, one, you get a built-in network of people who are going through the same process you're going through, trying to get into the same industry, get the same sort of jobs that you're getting. So you get to build that camaraderie, you get to build, relationships that you can carry into the industry. The other thing is that it helps you to build habits and to build structure for yourself, learn techniques and things like that. You can totally learn those things on your own. I know a ton of people who have. But I do also feel like it's very, very worthwhile to get some sort of formal education. Yeah, I mean, I did. not that that should be your reasoning. You know, it's like, oh, Steven did it, so I definitely need to do it. But yeah, it's something that I feel pretty strongly about. Great talk. First time here, and the ambience is inspiring. Thank you. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're enjoying the ambiance. Yeah, I like to just come in and have fun. Yeah, we do tons of stuff. This channel is a really, really good one for if you're interested in really just about anything. Um, there are people on here in the game industry, in the collectibles industry, illustration, animation. You know, this is myself, visual effects, video games, all sorts of stuff. Um, I probably said many of those things multiple times, and that's okay. Um, but yeah, it's a super fun channel because of the variety, because of the people that come in. Um, Lots of cool content. So yeah, definitely check it out often. There'll be different artists every day. I think the next person up is on Monday morning. So it'll be a couple days, but you know, still groovy. Take that, yes. Oh, you know what? That's going up in a different spot than where I'd like it. So let's say extrude. Cool, that's working. Yeah. It's really technically going in at like the wrong spot on this foot. Let me see if I can kind of wiggle this around some, because I do want this to go in more like centered with the foot. So I think it'll be a matter of taking what's here and moving this over. Woohoo! Let's make sure everything that I don't want to move is masked. Okay, now we can bridge. If it'll hit the edge. All right. Bridge this up. Shoot. I'm like hitting all sorts of wrong buttons right now. It's like, what's going on? Okay. And then to be able to make this work on this other side as well, this is going to have to come up. And this is going to have to come up. Let's see, this is going to have to come up. This is going to have to come up. Oh, that went and merged in at the wrong spot. Shoot. Let's change our angle a little bit. That usually helps. All right. What you guys doing? No, don't bother her about that. If she said no, the answer's no, okay? That doesn't mean movie day. You guys already had movies. Say bridge these together. Boom. Let's bridge those together. Sometimes it's like I need to go through and kind of do like a refresh on topology, just to be able to get it so that it's, you know, so that's fresh, so that it's something that, you know, I'm consolidating colors so that I'm yeah, so I just don't have too much, I'll say, color noise to look at. There we go. So this is going to have to be a little bit different, as I can tell now, because I'm going to want to have another loop coming down here, I think. I mean, maybe not. Let's play with this a little bit, just to check it out and see what it is that we can do with it. Because we do have this extra thing kind of coming down here, so I might have to rework some of this. Oh shoot, there we go. Okay, so we have this, and you know, literally we can come in and we can just say here to here and then that to that. So let's just do it. Pull off the band-aid. Get rid of those. Let's get rid of these down here. Control W. There we go. Because now that's working, and then this should bridge nicely down into here, and then everything else should bridge nicely, except for that. That's okay. We'll just add in an extra loop in here, and that should be fine. Kind of wanted that definition in there anyway. Rip off the bandage. Just do it. Go, 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 go. Bridge edges. Get that. Get that. And then that central point right here, I'm going to want to kind of just cozy that on into the center more. We'll kind of ease out some of what's happening here around the corner of the toe too. I think that'll help to make that shape a little bit more natural, more appealing. Let's get some of that. Hey Ian, have you played with Space Mouse yet? I just got connected with 3D Connection, and they sent me some cool stuff. It's really kind of neat. I love how it works inside of Maya. I haven't gotten used to it inside of ZBrush, so I haven't really used it inside of ZBrush yet. But it's super neat. They also sent me the CAD mouse, which is awesome. I love this mouse. It works really well. I've it took a little bit of getting used to because it's a different shape than I use like the very, very basic mouse. In fact, I'll leave it over here. It's not a huge deal. Turn it off so that it's not like using battery while it's while it's not on the computer and being used. It's wireless. It's it can be wired, like you can plug it in and it charges and everything like that. It can use Bluetooth. It can use the little USB nib. It's really neat. I'll actually be doing a giveaway on my Instagram, design challenge giveaway, so that anybody who enters can compete to win one of these cool prizes. They gave me one, and they gave me one. Well, they gave me two, like two sets of stuff, and they're like, yeah, do whatever you want with it. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to do a giveaway. So it'll be cool. Anybody who wants to be able to participate, keep an eye out on the grams, and it should be coming out hopefully sometime in the next soon. Oops. The hope is to have it out maybe sometime like this weekend, because of I wanted it to be my SMAARTIST 34 challenge, since my birthday's coming up at the end of the month. It's just kind of fun having art challenges around my birthday time. So the person that wins the art challenge will get the 3D mouse, the space mouse, and then we'll have like the second prize, get like the cool CAD mouse, and then the CAD mouse will actually come with this really cool mouse pad that they sent with it too. It's simple black, but it feels really nice. It's nice and solid. Works really, really nicely. Easily best mouse pad I've ever had. Let me grab the one I have at my work desk. There we go. 3D connection. Super cool. It's super rigid, and it's just got this really nice solid feel to it. It's got a nice grip on the bottom, like hexagonal pattern grip. It's cool. It's super, super cool. It's been a really nice mouse pad for me. Yeah, so that'll be kind of the plan. So keep an eye out on Instagram if you're interested in trying to go for that. And yeah, it should be fun. I'm looking forward to it. It's always kind of a it's always just a fun thing to be able to see people enjoy an art challenge. So I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully I'll be able to finish this foot soon. I feel like I have been on for like 4.5 hours already. It's almost a full work day. I'm tired. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Let me see. Does that work? Let me think about this, because I do want to have something kind of more intentional here. And maybe it's a matter of trying to define like the padding on the padding on the bottom of the foot. Here, let me try taking this up. Yeah, so here's what I think we'll do. We'll go ahead and we'll add in an edge loop right here. We'll bridge this together. So this will help to create kind of like a fold kind of coming across here. And then this can kind of create something of a fold going across the bottom. And this can have its own kind of padding shape to it as well, being like the inside padding, right? So that way we get something kind of like that. And then we can create kind of like a thicker pad here on the back, and like a medium pad over here on the side. Been using the X-Acto blade pad for my mouse pad. It works. What will be the hot topic of the art challenge so I can already work on it? That's a good question. I do want to wait to reveal it until I reveal it to everybody. But if you want to be looking up something that's related, technology is a good way to go. It doesn't have to be 3D. It can be a 2D drawing or painting or whatever you want to do. But yeah, who's going to see that part or scrutinize? But yeah, this is mostly for me. This is one of the ideas is for, oh, I'm grabbing my other mouse here. I need to move these out of my way because otherwise I'm going to be grabbing the wrong mouse the whole day. In fact, if I wanted to, I could probably turn it on to Bluetooth and just use it. One of the things that I am wanting to do, let's close this, let's open up Bluescape. It's like these paws need to be able to be, picked up and so the palms are something that can be seen. So yeah, that's something that is part of it. It's definitely getting there. Okay, let's see. So cool. Okay, so let's go ahead and bridge this together. Move that so that that's in. Mirror and weld. Oop. I noticed that that's on the wrong side, so it's mirror and weld. That way I have whatever I was working on both sides. Restore that symmetry. Restore the balance. Okay, let's kind of pull that in a little bit. Maybe not. I kind of like the straighter statement there and having like that curve, and then straight. Kind of makes a little bit of a statement. Kind of cool. Yeah, I'll keep that. Okay, let me see. Let's add in an edge loop here. Let's add in one more. I think what we're going to do, let's say bridge, edge loop, bridge, edge loop. Oops. And then these are going to need to kind of come around. So we'll pull on this some, but let's do it carefully. I feel like that's getting a little bit too stretched, but I don't know. We'll just see. We'll test it out. We'll see. I think it might just be a matter of taking these and just kind of cozying them out. And then these can start to, let's insert one more edge loop in here. Let's see how this fares. Yeah, that's not going to work quite right. Well, maybe this wraps up to here or something like that. Let's build this out a little bit further before we don't. Let's do this, make sure that we can get all of this stuff in here. Oh, not that. Kind of consolidate so we can see what it is that we've got going on. We've got this that goes around, okay. We've got that goes up and over the top. So we just need, essentially we just need this little bit right here to extrude out. Whoa, that got zany. Oh my goodness. Wow. It just really doesn't want to do that. So we're just going to say bridge. Bring everything back. Go ahead and just circle our toe here. Oh, I don't want it to be red. Yeah, brown works. Let's go ahead and take this and kind of make this melt together. This is it, stitch. Oh, that's why. It's not on the Z modeler. I was like, why isn't it welding? It's close enough, it should be. Man, we're getting close, guys. We're getting close. Thanks, Ian. Yeah, I'll let you know. So let's go ahead, let's insert single edge loop here. Yeah, just to kind of imitate what's happening with the toes. Kind of pull it back so it feels like it's got some padding to it, you know? Pull that out so it gets a little bit more of an arch to it. And kind of ease that out some. More than anything, just so we can kind of see what's going on a little bit better. Okay, I'm going to take, not extrude, bridge. So we can get that in there. Oops. I hiccuped as I was trying to go ahead and insert those edges, and it totally just deleted my face instead of I think the hummingbird's still hanging out. Let's say Control W. Yeah, okay, that works. All right, let me see. Let's see how we go about resolving this. Let's say extrude. And I think what I want to do, you know what, actually let's extrude out from here. Oh, not stitch. Let's say move. Let's kind of pull this out some so that this is creating this sort of flow here. So that hopefully we'll have this. Oh, no. Move that over here. Move this over here. Move that over here. There we go. So that way we get that nice transition there. I'm not liking how this is stretching, so I gotta kind of figure out something different for this spot right here. It might just be a matter of letting things kind of flow out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, let's say, bridge that together. Just for the sake of being able to see this a little bit more clearly, because having this kind of flow out, I think it's going to give me the resolution that I need for this to be clean. Boom. There we go. Oh, come on. What's going on? Why isn't it playing nice with the other kids? It doesn't want to smooth. quicker if you low poly model and subdivide. I do that stuff for turtle shells. Sure. Yeah. Very interesting organic modeling in ZBrush. Thank you. Yeah, it's fun. I really enjoy the Z modeler stuff. Hey, Marlubi. Kind of an interesting username. Marlubi. Feels like it would be like related to the ocean or something. Like Mar. Oh, you know what? Oh yeah, that's the correct side. Okay, mirror and weld, just to make sure that we've got the same thing on both sides. Okay, how are we doing? Are we getting... Are we getting what we need out of this? I think, let's go ahead and say bridge here. There we go. This is just to be able to establish the flow. You'll notice that like this has an extra poly loop, an extra edge loop in there. We need to be able to put in an extra edge loop in here too, so that it can kind of fit. I am going to take this up to here. We'll say extrude, just to build that across. And for anybody who's been on here the whole time I've been on here, good for you. What the heck is this? I forget which side is the side that mirrors over. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's insert this edge loop here. Okay, over here, this other side, I want to consider what's happening here and maybe having this be a top flat that goes around the other side. Currently, I don't have the topology to manage that. Let me see. Just to make sure that I'm thinking of the right, yeah, so this one that goes underneath, and this one that goes, oops, underneath. Right, let's go ahead and let's connect things. Push this down and in so that this feels like it's got more of that hand padding. this is like a lot to to go through. Not extrude, I want bridge. Shoot. Extrude edge, let's do it this way. Just for the sake of making sure that I get... Oh, interesting. Let me see. Where does this go to? Interesting. So I have an extra loop over here. Let's close this down. I don't think there's really any reason for me to have that. Let's see if I can kind of do something like this. It's going to modify things just a little bit, but it should be fine. Let's see, move. Where's move? Where's move? Where's move? Take that, move it up. There actually isn't a high detailed model. This is the low resolution to be able to get to the high resolution. So yeah, there isn't currently a high resolution model. There's a block in, which is this. Yeah, so I mean, it's like it's literally just like blobs of things pulled together for the sake of... Oh, hey, I didn't know that I had that. That's interesting. For the sake of being able to get the forms in there, and then I'm modeling on top of it. This can completely go away now. Turn off front legs. Yeah, so I'm just modeling on top of it and kind of deciding forms and shapes for that. And then once I finish my low resolution topology, then I'll go through and I'll do different sculpting passes on it to be able to get different like skin details or wrinkles, different folds, things like that. So yeah, that's kind of the game plan for right now. It's kind of a long process, and it's different. It's a little bit different. There are a few people that I know work this way. Not everybody. It's going to range depending on, you know, different people and their, I'll say, their digital upbringing. But yeah, it's really kind of a fun thing to consider. Just different ways of approaching it. There we go, pull that out. So, oh my goodness, I gotta turn that on, turn on solo mode so I can see what I'm doing. Let me see. That is that. So that means I've got these two little points here that I need to resolve, which I can resolve if I were to just go ahead and take this. Or, no, I don't want to do that. It's always funny trying to resolve things when it's like super atypical. No, never ZRemesh for a high poly, no. I'm like, ZRemesher works really well if you don't care about the topology. I care about the topology, so I'm doing the high resolution mesh after I have my low resolution. So I'm not projecting anything. My yeah, yeah, that's it. That's all. um, you know what? I wonder if I were to take this, stitch that up, or ooh, that could work too. Hey, let's do this. Okay, and then I'm gonna have this bridge over to this. Insert an edge loop. Stitch those two together. Let's change it to midpoint. Stitch to midpoint. There we go. What in the world? Where did all those come from? What in the world? Oh no! No idea what's causing that. That's frustrating, to say the least. There we go. Okay, so now I need to insert a loop here, stitch those together, stitch those together, then I can bridge these, and hopefully I haven't set myself up for failure with this other side over here. Let's get that. Let's see. Cool. Bridge to there, since that's an edge that I know is lining up. Yeah. Yeah, so I will subdivide after I finish my topology. Oh yeah, that works beautifully. Look at that. And then that's where I'll get my high resolution detail. I know, like, other people, like, you know, Shane Olson is an example of somebody that goes through and he doesn't necessarily need super clean topology for his projects that he does for the ZBrush ZBrush Live stuff. Brandon, he doesn't necessarily need, you know, super clean topology. This is something that's like a big thing for me personally. You know, they do this sort of stuff for work, and so they don't really care to. I do it for work too, but but I like to do it for myself, my personal projects as well. Um, yeah, get that in there. Yes. There we go. Feet. Official feet. Yeah, the articulation is important. So, you know, all this stuff is really kind of, you know, the hope is for it to, that was not a great color for that. The hope is for is for these things to go through and be nice and clean, production ready topology, which we're really, really close on. We just need to, that one's not perfect, but it's fine. Yeah, this is essentially just the beginning. So I mean, this is one of 6 legs. But in order to get the other legs, I can just take this and duplicate it back. So we get, our second leg for pretty much for free. I just need to go through and kind of reshape the top part, all sorts of other things. Yeah, so for anybody interested in seeing my stuff, you can just check me out down here. Any social media platform, you can find me underneath SMAARTIST. I think I also have it up here behind me. Yeah, I'll share you a link. Let me pull this open. Let's go into here and into here and into here. So I've got like ArtStation. What? Not sure what's causing the issues. It's like just go. Or there's also like in the about, you can get to a lot of different other links too. You see a whole bunch of different things about me. There's Instagram, and there's Twitter, and there's Twitch, and there's all sorts of stuff in there. So yeah, this is where I'm at. Yeah, so if you're interested in kind of following along, I welcome you. One of the other things that's kind of fun, I will be, just as a reminder, I will be doing a giveaway coming up soon, and that will be publicized on my Instagram account. So yeah, feel free to jump on and say hello, and I will see you hopefully there. Yeah, these legs, let's go ahead and rename these. Legs front, and then we'll rename this legs mid. And what we need to do is we need to take those legs mid, and we need to turn on the old legs mid, or mid legs, however we're going to title them. Bring this back so that the foot lines up. Just to make sure that I'm not getting some weird results with the, yeah, the toes might not match up quite perfectly because I had to reshape things. So I'll probably go through and fix the alignment of the nails rather than fixing the foot. Just because I kind of like the consistency factor of it. But then I would start coming in here and kind of playing with this, getting this to fit what I need. I may need to play around with, well, I'll definitely need to play around with the way that this is flowing, because you can see, like, if we solo this out, it's getting messy. So a lot of what I need to do is kind of take this bicep piece and raise it up some. I'm not going to change the topology on this bit because I feel like by let's invert that so we can kind of smooth the yellow out to get to where the arm is, or the top of the arm is. Let's go ahead and invert that so we can get that changed a little bit better, more easily. But this will help so that if he were to straighten out his legs, that the flow is still there, the shapes are still there, so that the anatomy is still there. Let's kind of smooth it out just a slight bit. It's really kind of tricky. Because he's bent over a little bit more with these particular legs, we can kind of ease out these points some, kind of make it a little bit more even. Yeah, the hummingbird's still hanging out outside my window. Alright, it's getting in there. Problem solving in real time, absolutely. So yeah, there's kind of that nice muscly transition there. Let's check out and see kind of how it matches up. It looks like it still doesn't quite match up, so let's just push and pull this into position here. It's a bit better. Maybe we can kind of soften out that transition some. What you up to, miss? Alrighty, guys. I'm not going to worry about positioning for that last leg yet, because that'll be a lot of work. So we'll leave that for next Saturday. Let's go ahead and kind of tweak this just a little bit so that it feels a little bit more in line with our block in. We'll have to do some cleanup, I'm sure, but you know, that's just how it goes. It's just the way it is. Let's get this to have a little bit more heft to the muscle. Yeah, I think we'll continue to fix this next week, but so far so good. I mean, it shows the potential with the. Actually, hopefully I'll have time to be able to finish up Topology this week. You know, sometime before. Before getting into the stream next week. We'll see. We shall most definitely see. Alright, just kind of smooth that out. Cozy out the points. decide that yellow. I think it needs to be, yeah, it needs to be lowered down. Just kind of trying to soften that out so we get a better transition, and then we can just lower it. Mask everything except for that blue, and then we can kind of ease out those points so that we get a nice smooth transition from that point. And then same thing from here. Just kind of bring these points down. And got a little bit messy. I'll have to clean it up at some point. Just kind of soften it, just smooth it. And we'll turn off those bid legs. So that way we get two of these arms, two of these legs already in there, already done. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Yeah, the hind leg anatomy is a bit different, and we'll have to play around with that when we get to it. But we'll be able to use this as a base, I think. At least to be able to start to figure out the different pieces. I might have to go through and kind of duplicate parts and be able to get them But yeah. That's where we're at. Long ways to go, but we're definitely getting somewhere. I better save this. I had better save this. Because otherwise you lose it, right? Alright. I'm leaving it. So yeah, if you're interested in joining the art challenge, that'll be starting hopefully pretty soon. I need to create an series of images for it. But once I create the challenge, that'll go up onto my Instagram. So if you want to be able to follow me there, go ahead and follow that over there. Or you can find me underneath SMAARTIST on all the social medias. But Instagram, yeah, Instagram.com/SMAARTIST, and that'll be where the challenge is hosted. And yeah, cool prizes of like the space mouse and the CAD mouse, and they are awesome, guys. So if you're interested in possibly being able to win something like that, jump on it. Get yourself ready. Technology is kind of like a key word to kind of help your mind start spinning. So thanks for coming and joining me on the stream. I hope to see you guys next time I see you. SMAARTIST out.